The Talmud of Emanuel. Chapter 1. This is the book and Arcanum of Emanuel, which translates to have the meaning, the one with spiritual knowledge, who is the son of Joseph, grandson of Jacob, and a distant descendant of David. David was a descendant of Abraham, whose genealogy traces back to Adam, the father of a lineage of people on earth. Adam was begotten by Samyasa, a leader of the celestial sons, who were the guardian messengers of Pleos, the great ruler of the travelers from afar. Samyasa, a celestial son and guardian messenger of Pleos, the great ruler of the voyagers who traveled here through vast expanses of the universe, took a woman on earth and begot Adam, the first man of a new white lineage of people, in order to once again populate the planet Earth. Adam took for himself an earth wife and begot Seth. Seth begot Enos. Enos begot Akbeel. Akbeel begot Erosek. Erosek begot Kenan. Kenan begot Mahalaleel. Mahalaleel begot Arakbrameel. Arakbrameel begot Yared. Yared begot Henoch. Henoch begot Methuselah. Methuselah begot Lamech. Lamech begot Tamil. Tamil begot Daniel. Daniel begot Asael. Asael begot Samsaphiel. Samsaphiel begot Yomiel. Yomiel begot Tural. Tural begot Hamek. Hamek begot Noah. Noah begot Sem. Sem begot Arphaxad. Arphaxad begot Batral. Batral begot Ramuel. Ramuel begot Askeel. Askeel begot Armers. Armers begot Salah. Salah begot Eber. Eber begot Peleg. Peleg begot Regu. Regu begot Serug. Serug begot Erasiel. Erasiel begot Nair. Nair begot Thara. Thara begot Abraham. Abraham begot Isaac. Isaac begot Jacob. Jacob begot Judah. Judah begot Anan. Anan begot Ertail. Ertail begot Perez. Perez begot Hezron. Hezron begot Ram. Ram begot Amnadab. Amnadab begot Savib. Savib begot Nahesson. Nahesson begot Sana. Sana begot Boaz. Boaz begot Obed. Obed begot Yesse. Yesse begot David. David begot Solomon. Solomon begot Asa. Asa begot Gadal. Gadal begot Josaphat. Josaphat begot Ura. Ura begot Armaneel. Armaneel begot Usa. Usa begot Jothan. Jothan begot Gadriel. Gadriel begot Ahas. Ahas begot Itzka. Itzka begot Manas. Manas begot Amen. Amen begot Yosa. Yosa begot Jehiachin. Jehiachin begot Sealthiel. Sealthiel begot Yakun. Yakun begot Zerubbabel. Zerubbabel begot Abiad. Abiad begot Eliakim. Eliakim begot Asher. Asher begot Zadok. Zadok begot Achim. Achim begot Eliad. Eliad begot Eleazar. Eleazar begot Matan. Matan begot Jacob. Jacob begot Joseph. Joseph was the husband of Mary, the mother of Emmanuel, who was impregnated by a distant descendant of the celestial son, Raciel, who was the guardian of the spiritual teachings. When Joseph heard of Mary's secret impregnation, by a descendant of the celestial sons, from the lineage of Raciel, Joseph became angry, and thought of leaving Mary, before they had become husband and wife. While Joseph was thinking in this manner, a guardian messenger, sent by Gabriel, the celestial son who had impregnated Mary, appeared and said, "Joseph, Mary is betrothed to you, and you are to become her spouse. Do not leave her, because the fruit of her womb is chosen for a great purpose. Marry her in all openness, and become husband and wife." Behold, the impregnation of Mary occurred approximately 11,000 years after the procreation of Adam, through the celestial son Samyasa, in order to fulfill the word of Pleos, the ruler of those who traveled from afar, who conveyed these words through the prophet Isaiah. Behold, a virgin will be impregnated by a celestial son, before she is married to a man before the people. They will call the fruit of her womb Emmanuel, which translated means, the one with spiritual knowledge, as a symbol and honor to Pleos. Through Pleos' great power and providential care, the earth was made to bear a white race of people once again, when the celestial sons, the travelers from the far reaches of the universe, mated with the women already living on the earth at that time. Behold, Pleos and his followers came far from the depths of space, where they delivered themselves from a strong bondage, and made here a new home and race of people. Therefore, Pleos deserves honor from the people on earth, for he is responsible for their light skin and beautiful light colors. Besides Pleos, the people on earth should not respect any other spiritual leaders, for there are others, who have started new lineages of people, in various places on the earth. Except for Pleos, there are not many people of comparable form worthy of veneration. However, greater than him and his celestial sons, is the omnipotence of consciousness itself. Therefore, Pleos is the master of the celestial sons, and the spiritual ruler of the white and black lineages of people on the planet Earth. Pleos is the lawgiver for these populations of people, and therefore, his determinations should be fulfilled by them. The Lord, Pleos, is generous in his love. However, terrible things will occur, if the laws of creation are not followed by the people on earth. Mary's impregnation is Pleos' will, and you, Joseph, are to be her husband in matrimony. When Joseph heard this, he became mindful of his dedication to the laws of creation, therefore, he brought Mary home, and they soon became husband and wife. About this time, a decree went out from Emperor Augustus, that all the people living on earth should be counted. This census was the first of its kind, and occurred during the time Cyrenius was governor in Syria. Everyone went to be assessed, each to their own city. Joseph of Galilee traveled with his wife Mary, into the Judaic land called the city of David, which is named Bethlehem, for he was of the house and lineage of David, in order for him to be assessed with his wife, Mary, who had been impregnated by the celestial son Gabriel, from the lineage of Raciel. While they were there, the time came for Mary to give birth. Since Joseph could find no shelter, they spent the night in a stable. Mary bore her first son on the straw, wrapped him in cloth, and laid him in a manger near the animals, for there was no room in the local inn. Chapter 2. When Emmanuel was born in a stable in Bethlehem, during the time of Herod Antipas, tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, behold, wise men arrived in Jerusalem from the Orient, and asked, "Where is the newborn King of Wisdom? We have seen a bright light in the sky, and heard a voice singing, 'Follow the tail of the light, for the King of Wisdom is born, who will bring great knowledge.' Therefore, we have come to see the newborn King of Wisdom. He will possess the knowledge of Pleos, and will be a son of the guardian messenger Gabriel. His knowledge will be vast, as will be his ability to control and utilize the infinite power of his spirit, in order for the people on earth to learn about the laws of creation." When Herod Antipas heard of this, he became frightened, and with him everyone in Jerusalem, for they feared the newborn boy would grow to wield dreadful power. Herod Antipas called together all the chief priests and scribes from among the people, and inquired of them where Emmanuel had been born. They said, "In the town of Bethlehem, for it has been written by the prophet Micah. And you Bethlehem, are by no means the least among the cities in Judea, for in your land will be born the King of Wisdom, who will bring great teachings to the people on earth, in order to learn about the laws of creation." Shortly after this, Herod Antipas secretly called the wise men, and diligently asked them when the bright light with the long tail had appeared in the sky. He then directed them to Bethlehem, saying, "Go and search diligently for the young boy, and when you find him, quickly inform me, so I may also come and adore him." After the wise men had listened to Herod Antipas, they departed. And behold, the light with the long tail, which they had observed in the Orient, moved ahead of them with a high singing sound, until it reached Bethlehem. It then hovered directly over the stable, where the infant had been born. When they saw this, they were filled with great joy. They walked into the stable, and when they saw the newborn with his mother, Mary, and with Joseph, they immediately offered their gifts, which were gold, frankincense and myrrh. However, the voice again rang out from the light high above, informing the three wise men, that they should not return to Herod Antipas, because he planned malicious things for the infant. Therefore, they returned to their homeland by another route. After the 3 wise men had left, the celestial son Gabriel appeared to Joseph, saying, "Arise and take the boy with his mother Mary, and go to Egypt. Stay there until I beckon you, for Herod Antipas is planning to seek out the infant and kill him, for he fears this boy will grow to have terrible power. While you are in Egypt, I will send a messenger to Herod Antipas, in order to teach him the truth." Joseph then arose, and they all traveled under the guidance of the celestial son Gabriel in his spaceship, which followed them to Egypt. Here they remained, until Herod Antipas had a change of mind, and his inner fear abated. When Herod Antipas realized there was nothing to fear from the young boy, whose appellation translates to mean, the one with spiritual knowledge, he felt safe in his realm. Therefore, Herod informed the celestial son's messenger, Gabriel, that he would no longer pursue Mary, Joseph and Emmanuel. Now that Herod Antipas and his followers had changed their minds, the celestial son Gabriel again appeared to Joseph in Egypt, and said, "Arise, and take the young boy and his mother Mary to the land of Israel, for all those who were seeking to end the boy's life, have had a change of heart." Joseph then stood up, and they began traveling to Israel, once again under the guidance of Gabriel, the celestial son. Gabriel, the celestial son, followed them to the land of Galilee. There Mary, Joseph and Emmanuel lived, in a city called Nazareth, in order for what had been spoken by the prophets, to be fulfilled, Emmanuel will be called the Nazarene. Chapter 3. In due course, John the Baptist came to the edge of the wilderness, speaking near the banks of the Jordan River. John the Baptist spoke of baptism, in accordance with the old laws of Plaos, according to which the way to wisdom, knowledge and comprehension was to be prepared. He said that Plaos' laws should be followed, for he is the sole spiritual leader of the people on earth. He preached that above Plaos, however, is creation, the source of the stars, planets and all the living creatures within a universe. He taught that the genderless creation is the mystery of all mysteries, the consciousness of a universe as a whole. He also taught that Plaos is the Lord and ruler of the people on earth, however, those who traveled from afar, the celestial sons and Plaos himself, also follow the laws of creation. All the people of Judea, and all the people of Jerusalem went forth to John the Baptist, acknowledging the wisdom of the old laws of Plaos, and let themselves be baptized by him in the Jordan River. John the Baptist wore a garment made from camel's hair, a leather belt around his loins, and his food consisted of locusts and wild honey. While he was baptizing people in the Jordan River, the Pharisees and Sadducees came, and began to humiliate him with malicious talk. However, John the Baptist spoke, saying, "You brood of vipers, once your illogical teachings are revealed, you will not escape from humiliation, well into the most distant future. See to it that you bear logical fruit of knowledge, and learn the truth. Turn away from the confusion of your illogical teachings, which you carry out with arrogance, and in your unquenchable greed for power and fortune. Do not think just of saying to each other, 'We have Abraham as father.' I say to you, with his vast knowledge and his great power, Plaos is able to raise up children to Abraham out of these stones, for he has extensive knowledge regarding the laws of creation. Already the axe has been laid at the root of the trees, therefore, any that does not bring forth edible fruit, will be cut down and thrown into a fire pit. You brood of vipers, in 2 times 1,000 years, you and your followers, who pursue illogical teachings out of your own ignorance, and in your greed for power and fortune, will be vanquished. So it shall be, when the people on earth begin to comprehend, and when the chaff begins to separate from the grain. It will be the time when many people on earth begin to discover and spread the truth, and your illogical teachings will be left at. This will come to pass when the people on earth also begin to build singing spaceships and chariots of fire, with which they can escape into the cosmos, as is done by Plaos and his followers, the celestial sons, namely, those who have brought us the laws of creation. O you renegades, you brood of vipers, get away from this place, for you are ignorant and confused in your illogical concepts. Get away from this place, for I may, by my own accord, baptize you only with water. However, the man who will come after me, is vastly more knowledgeable than I, and I am not worthy of removing his sandals. He will enlighten with the knowledge of the Spirit within each man and woman, the sword of truth, and the fire of comprehension. He has a winnowing fork in hand. He will sweep the threshing floor, thereby gathering the wheat into a granary, and he will burn the chaff with the unquenchable fire of knowledge. A lie can never withstand the truth, for it is destroyed by the intense heat. As John the Baptist was speaking, behold, Emmanuel of Galilee approached him at the Jordan River, to be baptized by him. However, John rebuked him, and said, "It is I who needs to be baptized by you, for you possess much greater knowledge than I, and you come to me?" However, Emmanuel answered him, saying, "Let it happen this way now, because it is fitting for us, since we are both sons of women on earth." John agreed, and baptized Emmanuel in the Jordan River. When Emmanuel had been baptized, he walked out of the Jordan River, and suddenly, a metallic spaceship fell from the sky, and quickly flew over the water. Consequently, all the people who were with them fell on their faces, pressing them into the sand, while a great voice from the metallic spaceship spoke, saying, "This is my beloved Son, with whom I am well pleased. He is a king of wisdom, through which the people on earth shall rise as wise ones." After these words, Emmanuel entered into the metallic spaceship, which climbed into the sky. While surrounded by smoke and fire, it then passed over the lifeless sea, and the singing sound soon faded away. After this, Emmanuel was not seen for 40 days and nights. Chapter 4. For 40 days and nights, Emmanuel no longer lived among the sons and daughters of the people on earth. Emmanuel was lifted up from the earth, and not many knew where he had gone, or what had happened to him. However, he was then set down by the metallic spaceship between the north and west, in a place where the guardian messengers had received guidelines, by which they were to evaluate the site for the chosen ones. He lived there for 40 days and nights between the winds of the north and the west, where he received the Arcanum of wisdom and knowledge. During this instruction period, he spent his days with the wise people of Platos and the guardian messengers, the celestial sons. They taught him much wisdom and knowledge. They taught them about the dominion of Platos over the people on earth, and over his celestial sons. They explained to him the omnipotence of creation, the consciousness of the universe itself. They also taught them about the immortality of the spirit, within each man and woman, through rebirth. There he saw the initial forefathers, the people of ancient times, who were the guardian messengers and ancestors of the people on earth. From there, Emmanuel went to the north towards the ends of the earth, where the metallic spaceships and chariots of fire came down from the sky, or shot upwards with a singing sound, enveloped in smoke and fire. There, at the ends of the earth, he saw a great and marvelous thing. In that place, he saw the celestial portals open, of which there were 3 different ones. The celestial portals radiated most brilliantly, an area as large as the lifeless sea, on the Jordan River. Actually gleaming therein was the entire land of Israel, alive and true, people and animals, and everything else that was there. In this first celestial portal, no secret was concealed, for the radiance entered into the smallest spaces in the cottages, and revealed the last intimate detail. Inside the second celestial portal, there rose mighty mountains, whose peaks reached into the sky, and disappeared into the clouds. Far below lay deep masses of snow, at whose edges a different, brown-skinned population of people built their huts. The third celestial portal revealed a land of gigantic dimensions, mountains interspersed with rivers, lakes and seas, where yet another population of people lived. Not far from where these 3 celestial portals had been built, was the palace of Platos, the great ruler of the people on earth, and of those who have traveled from afar, the celestial sons, the guardian messengers. In this palace, Platos ruled over the 3 lineages procreated by him, and over his own people, the celestial sons. He was immortal through reincarnation of his spirit, ancient and of giant size, like the celestial sons. In the palace of Platos, there appeared to Emmanuel 2 very tall men, the likes of whom he had never seen on earth. Their faces shone like the sun, their eyes looked like burning torches, and from their mouths issued fire. Their clothing resembled the covering of foam, and their arms were like golden wings. they inhabited an environment of their own, because the air of the earth would have been fatal for them. These two men from the constellation of the 7 stars were venerable teachers, and they were together with 2 smaller men, who said they were from Bawi. They said, "People have come from the heavens to earth, and others have been lifted from earth into the heavens. The people coming from the heavens remained on earth for a long time, and they procreated the white lineages of people on earth. Behold, people begotten by the celestial sons were different in a unique way from others on the earth. They were not like other people on earth, but like the children of the celestial sons, and now a different lineage. Their bodies were white as snow, and red as the rose blossom, their hair at the top of their head was white as wool, and their eyes were beautiful. The people on earth then retained their inherited beauty, and propagated it further. However, in the course of centuries and millennia, they will mix with other populations from various star systems, so as to generate a new and special lineage, as the celestial sons have done with the people on earth. Emmanuel, you are an informed insider, begotten from among our ranks by a celestial son. With your knowledge, you will make the impossible possible, and will accomplish things that people on earth often deem miraculous. You know the vast power of the Spirit within each man and woman, however, beware of abusing it. Your own wisdom and knowledge obtained through us will contribute to the well-being of all the people on earth, however, the road leading there will be very difficult for them, and for you. You will be misunderstood and denounced, for the people on earth are still ignorant and addicted to delusional beliefs. They think Platos is creation itself, and not the ruler of the celestial sons, and 3 lineages of people on earth. People on earth attribute to him the omnipotence of creation, and glorify him as creation itself. However, Platos is only a man, like the celestial sons and the people on earth, except that he is vastly greater in wisdom and knowledge than they are. Creation, however, has immeasurably higher wisdom, knowledge and comprehension than Platos, the Lord over the celestial sons and people on earth, for creation is an immeasurable enigma. Emmanuel, you will also be greatly slandered, by being called Plato's only begotten son, and you, too, will be equated with the mysterious enigma called creation. However, do not heed these illogical teachings, for millennia will pass before the people on earth are capable of recognizing the truth. Vast quantities of blood will be shed because of you, including your own, and that of countless future generations. Regardless of all this, fulfill your mission as the King of Wisdom, for you are the son of Gabriel, the guardian messenger. The order for your birth was issued by Platos, so you may serve as prophet and pioneer of wisdom and knowledge for the 3 earth lineages of people. Fulfill your mission unperturbed by the irrationality and confused teachings of the scribes and Pharisees, and despite the vast ignorance of the people on earth. Therefore, following the fulfillment of your mission, centuries and 2 millennia will pass, before the wisdom and knowledge you bring to the people on earth will be recognized and disseminated by a few. Not until the time of space-traveling machines will the truth break through, and gradually shake the illogical concept that you are the son of Platos or creation. And this will be the time when we celestial sons begin to reveal ourselves anew to the people on earth, when they will have become knowledgeable, and once again begin to threaten the structure of the heavens with their acquired power. Thus they spoke, the celestial sons between the north and the west, before bringing Emmanuel in a metallic spaceship back to Israel, to the land of Galilee. When Emmanuel heard that John the Baptist had been imprisoned, he left the town of Nazareth, and went to live in Capernaum, which lies by the sea in the land of Zebulun and Naphtali. From that time onward, Emmanuel began to teach, saying, "Recognize the truth, turn to knowledge and obtain comprehension, for they alone will bring you peace." When Emmanuel walked by the Sea of Galilee, he saw 2 brothers. Simon, who is called by his last appellation Peter, and Andrew, his brother, casting their nets into the sea, for they were fishermen. He said to them, "Follow me, for I will teach you wisdom and knowledge, and make you fishers of people." Thereupon, they left their nets and followed him. As Emmanuel went on, he saw 2 other men. Jacob, the son of Zebedee, and John, his brother, in a boat along with their father, Zebedee, mending their nets. Emmanuel then called them. Immediately, they left the boat and their father, and began to follow him as well. Emmanuel went about, through the entire land of Galilee, teaching in their synagogues, spreading the knowledge regarding the Spirit, within each man and woman, and healing all diseases and infirmities among them. News of Emmanuel spread through the entire land of Syria, and they brought to him all the sick afflicted with various diseases and torments, the lunatics, and the paralytics, and he made all of them well. Many other people also began to follow him. From Galilee, Decapolis, Jerusalem, the land of Judea, and also from beyond the Jordan. Chapter 5. When Emmanuel saw the many people following him, he went up a hill and sat down, and his disciples came to him. He then began speaking to them, saying, "Wise are those who are rich in knowledge and recognize the truth, for life is theirs. Wise are those who endure hardship, for they will thus recognize the truth and be comforted. Wise are those who employ balanced reason and logic, for they will possess knowledge. Wise are those who hunger and thirst for wisdom and knowledge, for they will be satisfied. Knowledgeable are those who live according to the laws of nature, for they live according to the laws of creation. Wise are those who have a clear conscience, for they need not fear. Knowledgeable are those who know about creation, for they are not enslaved by illogical concepts. Wise are the knowledgeable, for nature is subject to them. Wise are you, if on my account, and because of the teachings, people revile, persecute and speak all manner of hate against you, for they are simply ignorant regarding the truth. Be of good cheer and take comfort. This life and the next life will reward you, for so have the belittlers of the truth persecuted the prophets, who have been before you, and so will they also persecute you. You are the salt of the earth. Consider this: if a seasoning were to lose its flavor, what can it be used for? It is useless henceforth, except to be thrown out and stepped on by the people. You are a light for the people on earth, and consider, that which is on the top of a mountain cannot be hidden. One does not light a candle and place it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, in order for it to shine brightly for everyone equally. Likewise, your light will shine brightly before the people, and they will witness your wise deeds, which will aid them in recognizing the validity of your knowledge. Do not think I have come to do away with the law or the prophet. I have come not to undo, but to fulfill and reveal the truth. Truly, I say to you, even when the heavens and earth vanish, neither a letter nor a dot of the laws of creation, and therefore, the laws of nature, will vanish or change. Whoever violates one of the smallest of the laws of creation, and teaches the people illogically, will be called the smallest. However, anyone who spreads the teachings truthfully, will be called great. I tell you, if your knowledge does not exceed that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will not receive the reward of comprehension and life. You may have heard it said by your ancestors, "You shall not murder," for anyone who does, may be found guilty by the courts. However, I say to you, exercise your free will according to the natural laws of creation, so you may find the judgment in logic. Guilty are those who kill when not acting in self-defense, according to natural laws regarding the eating of animals, or honest accidents. Likewise, guilty are all those who engage in illogical speech and actions. Only actions in accordance with the natural laws of creation produce a logical outcome. Do not accommodate your adversaries, simply by adhering to the truth, and the judge may decide in your favor. Truly, I say to you, you will attain justice only when you find it yourselves, and are able to help your friends and neighbors understand it as well. You may have heard it said, "You shall not commit adultery." However, I say to you, anyone who has sexual intercourse with someone other than their spouse, should be delivered to the courts, for it is an act unworthy of people, contemptible, and an offense against the laws of nature. If, however, your right or left eye causes annoyance, tear it out and throw it away, because it is better that just one of your members be destroyed, rather than your whole body. If a thought causes you annoyance, eradicate it and ban it from your mind. It is better to destroy a thought that incites annoyance, than to bring the whole world of thought into an uproar. It has also been said, whoever wishes to divorce their spouse, should hand over a certificate of divorce. However, I say to you, whoever separates from their spouse, except in response to adultery, commits adultery. Therefore, anyone who marries someone who is guilty in a divorce, also commits adultery. You may have further heard it said by your ancestors, you should take no false oath, and you should keep your oath to your brother. However, I say to you, that you should not swear at all. Do not swear by the heavens, for they are infinite and immeasurable. Neither swear by the earth, for it is impermanent, nor swear by Jerusalem, for it is an impermanent city built by the hands of men. You should also not swear by your head, for you cannot easily change the color of a single hair. Also do not swear by the memory of someone or anything, for it is all impermanent. Let your speech at all times simply be, yes, yes, or no, no. Anything beyond goes against the laws of creation. You have heard it said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. However, I say to you, exercise justice according to the natural laws of creation, so you may find the verdict in logic. Offer your love when it is warranted, and punish when the laws of creation demand punishment. Give to those who ask of you, if they make their requests in honesty, and turn away from those who want to borrow in a dishonest way. You may have heard it said, you should love your neighbor as you love yourself. However, I say to you, practice love and understanding according to the natural laws of creation. Through logical thinking, you will find the right action and perception. Offer your love where it is warranted, and despise where the laws of creation demand it. You should be alert and acquire knowledge, for you must continuously perfect your spirit, which is a fragment of creation itself. Over the course of many reincarnations, you will inevitably train your spirit, and therefore, your consciousness, and will allow yourself to develop to relative perfection, and you will realize your oneness with creation and everything in reality. Chapter 6. Be mindful of your piety, that you practice it before the people with correct words, or you may be accused of lying, and therefore, find no listeners. Choose your words using natural logic, and draw upon the knowledge and behavior of nature. If you give alms, you should not proclaim it, as do the hypocrites in the synagogues and streets, that they may be praised by the people. Truly, I say to you, they have forfeited their reward, for their alms serve only selfishness. And if you pray, you should not be like the hypocrites, who enjoy standing and praying in the synagogues and corners of the streets, for they pray only for the sake of their selfishness, and the impression they may have upon others. If you pray, you should call upon the omnipotence of your spirit, and not babble misleading nonsense like the idol worshippers, the ignorant and selfish, for they believe they are heard better, if they use many words. The natural living spirit of each man or woman, has no need for many words, however, the people on earth do need the understanding of its unlimited power. Therefore, if you pray, do it to the omnipotence of your spirit, in the knowledge that its greatness and power are infinite. If you do not know how to communicate directly to your spirit, make use of the sacred writings, by which you may come to understand it. Never be like the ignorant, hypocrites, idol worshippers and the selfish, who worship things in the belief that the omnipotence of their spirit dwells within it. Therefore, become aware that the almighty power of your spirit always dwells within you, regardless of your usage of sacred things. Therefore, if you pray, do it as someone who knows the truth. My spirit, you exist within omnipotence. May your existence be understood. May your knowledge express itself within me. May your unlimited power unfold itself within me, on earth and in the heavens. Guide me today throughout my daily experiences, that I may recognize the existence of my spirit and the truth. Lead me not into ignorance and confusion, but assist me in recognizing my mistakes. For mine is the consciousness within me, and the power of knowledge for all great times, and so it is. If you communicate with your spirit, it will manifest what you believe. Trust in this knowledge and you will receive. However, if you believe in theological teachings, that the infinite power of someone's spirit does not dwell within themselves, then you will be without knowledge, and will continue to live in ignorance. Now and then you may receive what you, in your illogical belief, request from idols, players or the consciousness of the universe itself. Creation. However, you will receive only because of your strong illogical belief, without real understanding of the spirit within each man and woman. Truly, I say to you, infinite power is only given to those who become conscious of the actual truth, and obtain knowledge, for only they receive in honesty. If you fast, do not look sour like the hypocrites, for they put on pretentious faces, in order to shine with their fasting before the people. Truly, I say to you, they forfeit their reward, because they fast only for the sake of their selfish impression upon others. Therefore, if you fast, anoint your head and wash your face, and do not shine before the people with your fasting, but before your own spirit, which is hidden within yourself. Fast only for the sake of your health, or for the expansion of your consciousness, your spirit and your knowledge. You should not amass more wealth than is required, where moths and rust can destroy things, and thieves can break in. Instead, collect treasures in your spirit, where neither moths nor rust can destroy, and where thieves cannot break in. For where your treasures are, there your heart is also, and the everlasting treasures are wisdom, knowledge, comprehension and love. Your thoughts are the light of your consciousness. When your thoughts are clear, you will shine brightly. However, if your thoughts are illogical, you will live in dark confusion. If you are confused and dwell in the dark, how great will the darkness become? No one will serve two masters. They will either hate the one and love the other, or adhere to one and despise the other. You cannot serve your spirit and mammon. Therefore, I say to you, to concern yourselves regarding the knowledge of your spirit, and besides that, with what you will eat and drink, also be concerned about your body and how you will clothe it. For is the spirit, life and body of a man or woman, not greatly more important than all the treasures of the world? Someone's spirit, which is thirsting for truth and comprehension, is currently incapable of preserving its physical existence on earth, without the physical body counterpart, for both physical body and spirit together grow as one. Therefore, you should be concerned about increasing your knowledge for your spirit's sake, about the laws of creation, and about food, drink and clothing for your body. Look at the birds in the sky, they do not sow, they do not reap, they do not store their food in barns, and yet creation feeds them. Are you not much more than they? Look at the birds in the sky, they devour various insects, and they have plumage for clothing. They work to fulfill their duty, and they are fed and clothed by creation. Are you not much more than they? You can think independently through your free will. You can work independently, and you can prepare food and drink, and clothe your bodies independently. Observe the lilies in the marsh as they grow, they neither toil nor spin, yet, truly I say to you, the lilies also fulfill their mission, when they give pleasure to the eye with their beauty. Truly, I say to you, even Solomon in all his splendor, was not arrayed as delicately as one of these. Creation nourishes and clothes the grass in the field, which today is standing and tomorrow is thrown into the stove. Should you then not do much more for yourselves? The grass fulfills its mission by serving as fuel and fodder. O you of little knowledge, are you not worth much more than the grass? Therefore, you should care for the wisdom and knowledge of your spirit, and take care that you do not suffer from the lack of food, water and clothing. Truly, I say to you, if you suffered from hunger, thirst and nakedness, wisdom and knowledge will be crowded out by worry and problems. First seek to comfort your body with food, water and clothing, then you may seek the realm of your spirit, and its infinite knowledge. Therefore, also take care for the next day, for tomorrow will not take care of itself. It is enough that each day has its own problems, therefore, you should not also be at the mercy of the needs regarding your physical welfare. Chapter 7. Judge not illogically, or you may be illogically judged. For with whatever judgment you judge, you will be judged, and with whatever measure you measure, you will be measured. Judge according to the logic found within the laws of creation, which are derived from nature, for only they possess lasting validity. Why do you see the splinter in your brother's eye, and are not aware of the beam in your own eye? Or, how dare you say to your brother, wait, I will take the splinter out of your eye? And behold, there is a beam in your own eye. You hypocrite, first remove the beam from your own eye, then see how you may take the splinter out of your brother's eye. Learn first the laws of creation, which are the laws of nature, before you judge and condemn, and wish to see the faults of others. Through self-reflection, learn first how to recognize your own faults, so you may then help others correct their faults as well. You should not give sacred things to dogs, nor throw your pearls before swine, for they will trample them with their feet, turn on you and tear you apart. Truly, I say to you, do not throw your spiritual treasures into the dirt, and do not waste it on those who do not care, because they will not thank you, and will tear you apart, for their comprehension is small, and their minds are weak. Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find it. Knock, and it will be opened to you. For whoever asks of their spirit, will receive. And whoever seeks through the power of their consciousness, will find. And whoever knocks at the door of understanding, to them it will be opened. Who among you would hand your son or daughter a stone, if they asked for some bread? Or offer them a snake, if they ask for a fish? So if you now, even though you are ignorant, can give your sons and daughters good gifts, how much more will your Spirit give you, if you ask for it? Everything you wish people would do to you, do likewise to them. This is a law of creation, which has been delivered through the prophets. Enter the narrow portal. The portal is wide and the path is broad, to that which brings confusion, and many are those who travel on it. However, the portal is narrow and the way is slender, to that which brings wisdom and knowledge, and there are only a few who find it. Beware of false prophets and scribes who will appear in sheep's clothing, for inwardly they resemble ravenous wolves. Teaching you submissiveness before shrines, deities, gods, and creation, who preach submissiveness to idols and many illogical concepts. Beware of those who forbid you access to wisdom and knowledge, for they speak only to attain power over you, or in order to seize your goods and belongings. You will recognize them by their fruits. For may one gather grapes from thorn bushes, or figs from thistle? Therefore, every fertile seed will bring forth a bountiful harvest, however, a rotten seed will bring forth nothing. A healthy tree can never bear rotten fruit, and a rotten tree can never bear healthy fruit. Thus, by their fruits you will recognize them. Therefore, anyone who hears these words of mine and acts upon them, will be like the intelligent man, who built his house on a rock. Now when a downpour fell, the waters came and the winds blew, and beat upon the house, however, it did not fall, for it was founded upon rock. Anyone who hears these words and does not act upon them, is like a foolish man who built his house upon sand. When a downpour came, the waters and wind beat upon the house causing it to collapse, and great was its fall. When Emmanuel had finished his talk, the people were astonished by his teachings. He taught with authority a new teaching, unlike that of the scribes. Chapter 8. When Emmanuel descended from the mountain, many people continued to follow him. Behold, a leper came and knelt before him, and said, Master, if you will do it, you can make me clean. Emmanuel stretched out his hand, touched him, and said, I will do it, be cleansed. And immediately he was cleansed of his leprosy. Emmanuel then spoke to him, saying, See to it that you tell no one. Instead, go and present yourself to the priest. You were healed through the unlimited power of your spirit, which is a fragment of creation itself. When Emmanuel went to Capernaum, a centurion walked up to him with a request, asking, Master, my servant lies at home incapacitated with a severe fever, and is in great distress. I have heard your new teachings, and I know the truth of your words, that the spirit of a man or woman has unlimited power through comprehension of the truth. Emmanuel spoke to him, I will come and make your servant well. However, the centurion replied, Master, I am not worthy to have you travel the many miles, simply say the words, and my servant will be well. I too, am a man subject to authority, and I also have soldiers under me. If I say to one, Go, he goes, and to another, Come here, he comes, and to my servant, Do this, they do it. When Emmanuel heard this, he marveled and said to those following him, Truly, I say to you, such knowledge, I have not found anywhere in Israel. Truly, I say to you, many will come from the east and west, from the north and south, and will begin to comprehend the truth, while recognizing its validity and logic. However, the sons and daughters of Israel will be expelled into piercing darkness, and there will be much wailing and chattering of teeth. The illogical teachings of Israel will bring unimaginable amounts of bloodshed over the next 2 millennia, for the power-hungry selfishness and high-handedness of Israel will bring vast quantities of death and destruction over the land, and even the entire planet. Turn away from the confused teachings of the Israelite authorities and their scribes, for they only offer destruction to successive generations. The Israelites believe themselves a chosen people. By no means is this the case, for they are more confused and unknowing than the ignorant who lack knowledge of creation's laws. Emmanuel then spoke to the centurion, saying, "Go, be it done for you as you have expected." And his servant became well that same hour. Emmanuel then came to Peter's house, and saw that his mother-in-law lay sick in bed. He touched her hand and the illness left her. She then got up and prepared a meal for them. In the evening, many brought to him those who were afflicted, and he healed them of their ailments through the knowledge of his Spirit, and he made all the sick people well again. It then came to pass, that what was said through the prophet Isaiah would be fulfilled, who has spoken, saying, "He will bring us new teachings of knowledge, take our infirmities upon himself and heal our sick." When Emmanuel saw the many people gathered around him, he told his disciples to get into the boat, and sail to the other shore. A scribe walked up to Emmanuel, and said, "Master, I will follow you anywhere you travel." Emmanuel spoke to him, saying, "Foxes have dens and birds have nests, however, I have no fixed place where I may lay my head. I have the duty to teach wisdom and knowledge, therefore, I move restlessly through the lands." Then one of Emmanuel's disciples said to him, "Master, please permit me to go and bury my father, who has just died." However, Emmanuel said to him, "Follow me, and let those with him when he died bury him." They soon arrived at the other shore, in the region of the Gadarenes. There, two insane people ran up to Emmanuel. They came out of the burial caves, and were very dangerous, so that no one dared to walk on the street. And behold, they cried out, saying, "What do you want of us, you son of Gabriel, the celestial son? Have you come to terminate us, before it is even our time?" They then asked him, "Master, if you intend to drive us away, then let us go to the herd of swine grazing just over there." And he spoke, saying, "So go there." They then went out among the swine, and behold, the entire herd rushed down to the water and drowned. The swineherders fled, traveling into the town telling everything, including what had happened to the people. And behold, many from within the town came out and approached Emmanuel. When they saw him, they asked him to leave. Chapter 9. Emmanuel then stepped into the boat again, returned to the other side, and walked to the nearest town. And behold, they brought to him a paralytic lying on a bed. When Emmanuel saw them, he spoke to the paralytic, saying, "Be comforted, for your knowledge regarding the power of your Spirit, and your confidence in the spiritual teachings of wisdom and knowledge, which contain the laws of creation, has helped you." Some of the scribes then began stirring up talk among the people, saying, "This man blasphemes God and our holy teachings." However, because Emmanuel knew their thoughts, he said, "Why do you think such illogical opinions? What is easier to say, 'Your knowledge has helped you,' or 'Stand up and walk'? So you may know, that I am simply a man of the earth like yourselves, and yet, know how to use the unlimited power of my Spirit through my understanding. I say to the paralytic, 'Get up, take your bed and go home.'" The man then stood up, grabbed his bed, and walked home. When the people saw this, they were astonished, and marveled at the new teachings of Emmanuel, which could give such power to everyone. As Emmanuel was leaving, he saw a man named Matthew sitting in a tax office. He spoke to him, saying, "Follow me." Matthew then stood up, and began to follow Emmanuel. It soon came to pass, as Emmanuel was eating, that many tax collectors, ignorant people and seekers of the truth came and ate at the table with him and his disciples. When the Pharisees saw this, they asked his disciples, "Why is your master eating with the tax collectors and ignorant people?" However, when Emmanuel heard this, he spoke, saying, "The healthy do not need a physician, but only the sick. Likewise, the knowledgeable do not need the teachings of the truth, but only the ignorant. Therefore, those who have not been misled, do not need the spiritual teachings, however, those who have been misled most certainly do. Therefore, go and recognize the confusion of your illogical opinions, so you do not mislead those who thirst for the truth." Then the disciples of John came to him and asked, "Master, why do we and the Pharisees fast, while you and your disciples do not?" Emmanuel then asked them, "How can the ignorant fast and suffer, while they are being taught wisdom and knowledge? And how can a teacher fast, when they must teach knowledge to the ignorant people? Truly, I say to you, your teachings are illogical if you fast according to religious dogmas. Fasting serves only the health of the physical body, and the growth of your spirit. No one mends an old garment with a new patch of cloth, for the patch will tear again from the garment, and the rip will become worse. Neither is new wine poured into old wineskins, for the skins would tear, the wine would spill, and the wineskins would be ruined. Instead, new wine is poured into new wineskins, so that both are preserved." While he was talking with them, behold, one of the community leaders came and knelt before him, saying, "My daughter has just died, however, come and lay your hand on her, and she will live." Emmanuel then stood up to leave, and his disciples followed him. And behold, a woman who had hemophilia for 12 years stepped up behind Emmanuel, and touched the fringe of his garment. She spoke to herself, saying, "If only I can touch his garment, I will be cured." Emmanuel turned around and saw her, and said, "Be comforted, your knowledge has helped you." And the woman was well from that hour on. Soon Emmanuel entered the community leader's house, and saw the turmoil of the group, so he spoke loudly, saying, "Please depart, for the maiden is not dead, but is merely asleep." And they all began to laugh at him. However, after the people were driven out, he entered, took her by the hand, and said, "I order you to get up and walk." The maiden then stood up and walked, and soon the news of this had spread throughout the entire area. As Emmanuel left, continuing on from there, a blind man began to follow him, crying, "O King of wisdom and knowledge, who can use the power of your spirit, take pity on me." When Emmanuel approached the blind man's house, the blind man stepped up to Emmanuel, and Emmanuel said, "Do you have confidence that I can do this?" And he answered, saying, "Yes." Emmanuel then touched his eyes, and said, "Be it done to you according to your knowledge." The man's eyes were immediately opened, and he could see. Emmanuel then said to him, "See to it that no one learns what has happened to you." However, he immediately went out, and began to spread the news of Emmanuel to everyone. After the man had left, behold, others brought to him 2 men who were mute. Emmanuel healed them by removing their illogical thinking and self-delusions, and behold, they could speak. The people were astonished, and said, "Such things have never been seen here. How mighty are these new teachings regarding the power of the Spirit within everyone, that we may accomplish such wondrous things." However, the Pharisees said, "He drives out evil spirits through their supreme chief, and he blasphemes God, our Lord." However, among themselves they asked, "Who is this Emmanuel, who possesses greater understanding than we? His teachings are much more logical than ours, and therefore, he endangers us. We must try to seize him, so he will suffer death." Emmanuel, unhindered by the Pharisees' plans, continued about in all the cities and villages, taught in their synagogues, and proclaimed the mystery of creation and its laws, and that the spirit within each man or woman is a fragment of creation itself. Emmanuel taught them all about the consciousness within themselves, and healed every type of sickness and infirmity. When he saw the people, he took pity on them, for they appeared languishing and scattered, like a flock of sheep without a shepherd. Emmanuel then spoke to his disciples, saying, "The harvest is great, however, there are few laborers to bring it in. Seek and trust in yourselves, that more laborers will be found for the harvesting." It soon came to pass, that workers for the harvest were found, and they gathered around Emmanuel to become disciples. Chapter 10. Emmanuel then called his 12 disciples to him, and carefully explained various ways of controlling the unlimited power of their spirits, so they could heal every sickness and infirmity. These are the names of the 12 disciples: Simon called Peter, and Andrew, his brother; James, the son of Zebedee, and John, his brother; Philip and Bartholomew; Thomas and Matthew, the tax collector; James, the son of Alphaeus, and Thaddeus; Simon Canese, and Judas Iscariot, the only one, other than Emmanuel, who could read. Emmanuel sent forth these 12, saying, "Do not go into the streets of Israel, also do not go to the scribes and Pharisees, however, you should go into the cities of the Samaritans, and to the ignorant in all parts of the country. Once I have left you, go to those who lack comprehension, to the idol worshippers and the ignorant, for they do not belong to the house of Israel, which will bring unimaginable death and bloodshed into the world. When you go out and teach, you should say, the laws of nature are the laws of creation, and the power of the Spirit within each man and woman embodies life. Heal the sick, raise the dead and cleanse the lepers. You have received without needing to pay, therefore, give without compensation. You should not amass gold, silver or copper in your belts. Also, on your travels you should not take large bags with you, in which to carry food, water and clothing. Go on your way with only the basic essentials for eating, sleeping, keeping yourselves clean, and for a change of clothing. Never carry too much with you, for you would only burden yourselves, and become welcome victims of wailing bandits. Remember furthermore, all labor is worthy of its reward, and you will not be wanting, if you diligently follow the wisdom and knowledge, found within the laws of creation. When you go into a city, village or town, seek out someone who is logical, and stay with them until you depart. When you enter a house, greet the people living in it. If they are willing to accept you, your peace will pass on to them, however, if they are not willing, your peace will not affect them. And if someone will not take you in or listen to your words, leave that house or city, and shake the dust from your feet. Truly, I say to you, do not stay in such places, for they are abodes of the ignorant and illogical, and the people there will not recognize the truth, regarding the Spirit within each man and woman. Flee from those places, for the people living there are completely ignorant regarding the laws of creation, which are the laws of nature, and they only worship shrines, God or various gods and idols. Flee from those places, for the people there may threaten your life, for they will not want to abandon their illogical concepts. Flee from such ignorant people, because you should not die for the sake of wisdom and knowledge. The laws of creation do not ask this of you, nor do I endorse such recklessness. Truly, I say to you, many will be murdered and shed their blood, for the spiritual teachings will soon be turned into illogical babble I have no association with, and which originates from the minds of the scribes and priests. They will bring the people under their control through belief in their confused teachings, in order to rob them of their goods and belongings. Throughout the world there will be wailing and chattering of teeth, when vast amounts of blood begins to flow, due to those who have turned the spiritual teachings of wisdom and knowledge, into illogical and insane concepts, and will bring unimaginable bloodshed from those, who in their insane beliefs and seduction, advocate this confusion. Teachings which I certainly do not advocate. Many of these believers will lose their lives, including many Israelites, who will not find peace until the end of the earth, for they are vastly ignorant, and therefore, deny the unlimited power of their spirit, wisdom and knowledge. Truly, I say to you, the people of Israel have never been one distinct people, however, they have always lived by murder, robbery and destruction. They have gained possession of this land through guile and murder in reprehensible, predatory wars, where the best of friends were slaughtered like wild animals. May the people of Israel be cursed until the end of the world, never to find peace. Behold, like sheep among the wolves, I am sending you among the ignorant and idolaters, therefore, be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. However, beware of the people, for they may turn you over to the courts, and scourge you in their synagogues. You may be brought before sovereigns and kings because of the truth, as witnesses to them and all other ignorant people. If you cannot flee, and they turn you over to the courts, do not be concerned. The infinite power of your spirit will not leave you, and your knowledge will inform you on what to say. It will be you who speaks, through the power of your spirit's wisdom and knowledge. You will come to be hated because of the spiritual teachings, however, those who persevere to the end, will benefit greatly. If you are persecuted in one city, flee to another. Do not go to any trouble for the cities of Israel, truly, I say to you, you will not ever get any comprehension from them. The student is never above the teacher, nor the servant above the master. it is enough for the student to follow their teacher, and the servant to obey their master. If they have called the master of a house Beelzebub, how much more will they malign those of his household? Therefore, beware of Israel, for it is like a festering boil. However, do not fear them, for there is nothing hidden, that will not be revealed, nor any secret, that will not become known. What I tell you in secret, speak in public, what is whispered into your ear, proclaim from the rooftops. Do not be afraid of slander, nor fear those who take life and limb. Do not think I have come to bring peace on earth. Truly, I have not come to bring peace, but the sword of truth, wisdom and knowledge, regarding the infinite power of the Spirit within each man and woman. For I have come to bring understanding, and to provoke the people on earth to think logically, son against his father, daughter against her mother, daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, servant against master, citizen against government, and believer against priest. The people's enemies will be their own housemates. The path to understanding the truth is long, therefore, comprehension of it will only penetrate slowly. A dark age will follow, and even centuries and millennia, before the existence of the Spirit within each man and woman, will begin to be recognized by the people on earth. The illogical and ignorant, including the scribes, priests and authorities, will hate those who have this understanding, and therefore, will persecute them. Chapter 11. After Emmanuel had finished speaking to his 12 disciples, he continued on from there, while teaching throughout the city streets. When John the Baptist, while in prison, heard about the works of Emmanuel, he sent forth his disciples to him, and had them ask, "Are you the one who is to come, the King of wisdom, as foretold by the prophets, or should we wait for another?" Emmanuel answered, saying to them, "Go back and report to John the Baptist what I say. The blind see, the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead rise, and the knowledge regarding the laws of creation, and the existence of the Spirit within each man and woman, is given to everyone who seeks it. Wise and knowledgeable are those, who are not offended by the spiritual teachings." As they were leaving, Emmanuel began to speak to the followers of John the Baptist, saying, "What did you go into the wilderness to see? Did you expect to see a reed blowing to and fro in the wind? Or, what did you go out to see? Did you expect to see a man clothed in soft raiment? Those who wear soft raiment are in the king's houses, with the rulers and wealthy, and therefore, with the hypocrites, scribes and priests. Or what did you go out for? Did you expect to see a prophet? Yes, I tell you, John the Baptist is more than a prophet. This is the man of whom it is written, 'Behold, I will send my messenger before you, who will prepare the way to the truth.' Truly, I say to you, among all those born of earth women, few have arisen greater than John the Baptist. However, in the coming days, years, centuries and millennia, the earth will suffer from much violence, and everyone acting in this manner, will be to blame for devastating it. For all prophets have foretold up to the time of John the Baptist. If you wish to accept it, he is Elisha, who has come again after reincarnation. Those who have ears, let them hear. To whom shall I compare this generation? It is like the boys and girls, who sit at the market and call to their playmates, saying, 'We struck up a tune for you, and you would not dance. We wailed before you, and you would not mourn.' John, who is Elisha, has come neither eating nor drinking. So they say, he is insane. I have come both eating and drinking, and so it is says, 'Behold, what a glutton this man is, and a companion of the tax collectors and ignorant people.' However, wisdom and knowledge may only be recognized through someone's self-acknowledged actions and reactions. Emmanuel then said, "Praise be to creation, generator of the heavens, earth and the universe itself." However, it remains hidden from the illogical and misguided, who spread confusion. Yes, it has been extraordinarily kind of Pleios and the celestial sons, that the people on earth are now offered wisdom and knowledge regarding the Spirit within everyone, and the laws of creation. Necessary spiritual concepts have now been given to the people on earth. However, at this moment in time, only a very few men and women know about the laws of creation. All things have now been given over to me by Pleios, whose guardian messengers have taught me the laws of creation, and the knowledge emanating from nature. So come to me, all those who seek and thirst for truth and realization, for I will refresh you. Take upon yourselves the yoke of learning the new teachings, for they offer enlightenment, and within them you will find peace for yourselves, for the yoke of spiritual development is gentle, and its burden is light. Chapter 12. It soon came to pass that Emanuel began to speak of marriage and related topics, and he said, "You may have heard the directive, 'You shall not commit adultery.' Despite this, married men often bed down with someone other than their spouse, and similarly, married women often bed down with someone other than their spouse, thereby violating the laws of creation. Therefore, anyone who commits adultery is an abomination to life and the laws of creation, and should be cut off from the community to live with similar violators. If men and women bed down with one another in disgrace, and without loving each other, they are an abomination to life and the laws of creation, and therefore, should be cut off from the community as well. If two men bed down with each other, they are an abomination to life and the laws of creation, for they violate all natural order in reality, and therefore, should be cut off from the community to live with others of similar violation. However, if two women bed down with one another, they do not violate life and the laws of creation, for they are not inseminators, but are bearers. When inseminator and inseminator join together, life is desecrated and destroyed. However, if conceiver and conceiver join together, there is no desecration, destruction nor procreation. Truly, I say to you, there is not a single wild animal on earth, nor on any other inhabitable planet, that would behave like the people on earth. Are you not much more than wild animals? Any wild animal species found on earth, or on any other world, would never tolerate males living with other males. However, females are often found together with other females, for male and female wild animals cannot violate the laws of nature, which are the laws of creation. Anyone indulging in sexual intercourse with another, simply for the sake of pay, should be cut off from the community, and live with similarly violating people. Anyone who sexually abuses a boy or girl, is an abomination to life and the laws of creation, and therefore, should be isolated from the community with similar violators. Anyone who knowingly commits an act of incest, is an abomination to life and the laws of creation, and therefore, should be cut off from the community, and live among similar violators. Anyone having sexual intercourse with an animal, is an abomination to life and the laws of creation, and therefore, should be cut off from the community, in order to live among others of similar violations. Those who knowingly marry a man or woman divorced illegitimately, should be cut off from the community to live with similar violators, for they both are an abomination to life and the laws of creation. Any man who begets a boy or girl, without first being married to the woman, and leaves her unmarried, is an abomination to life and the laws of creation, and therefore, should be cut off from the community to live with similar violators. Anyone who rapes a man or woman, is an abomination to life and the laws of creation, and therefore, should be cut off from the community, and live among others of similar violations. Anyone who commits violence against another man or woman's body, life or mental health, without acting in self-defense, is an abomination to the laws of creation, and therefore, should be cut off from the community to live among similarly violating people. Truly, truly, I say to you, the laws of creation are logical, and have been established by nature, and therefore, should be followed, or the people on earth will bring death to themselves in great masses. The planet Earth can nourish and support no more than 500 million people of all populations. However, if the laws of creation are not followed, in 2 times 1,000 years, there will exist far more than 10 times 500 million people, and the earth will no longer be able to support them. Famines, catastrophes, worldwide wars and epidemics will rule this planet, the people on earth will kill each other, and only a few will survive. Truly, I say to you, there will be great wailing and chattering of teeth, when so much blood drenches the sands of the earth, that new life forms arise from it, bringing the final horror to the people on earth. However, today you have been allowed to receive knowledge, and have been given the laws of creation, which you should live by. You should adhere to the laws of creation, so you will have prosperity on earth, and peace within yourselves. Abolish the habit, in which women are subjected to men, for women deserve equal rights and obligations. When a man marries a woman, he should give the most trusted steward of her valuables, an amount of money as security, so she will not suffer from the lack of necessities. The amount should be calculated, whereby a minimum of 100 pieces of silver, or the equivalent, will be required for each year of the woman's age, if her health is not lacking. In this way, she will receive according to her knowledge, abilities and strength. The price is not to be considered a purchase, but merely a fund for the woman, so she will not suffer from a lack of provisions. The bond of matrimony between a man and a woman should only be permitted if both are mentally competent and capable of conducting a marriage according to the laws of creation. A marriage agreement between a man and a woman should occur only when the fund for the woman has been established. If, according to prearranged agreement, no amount is given, the rule applies that the man must provide all his wife's necessities. A wife's infertility should never be grounds for a divorce, nor for any other judgment or action. The only valid reasons for a divorce, aside from adultery, are the destruction or endangerment of the material body, or the life of a member of one's own family. Anyone who is to blame for a divorce should be cut off from the community, in order to live with similar violators, for they are an abomination to life and the laws of creation. If all is done and adhered to in this way, logic and peace will come to everyone living on earth, and life will be preserved. Chapter 13. Soon after this, Emmanuel walked through a field of wheat on the Sabbath. And his disciples, being hungry, began to pluck ears of grain and eat. When a Pharisee who was walking by saw this, he spoke to Emmanuel, saying, "Your disciples are doing what is not allowed on the Sabbath." Emmanuel then said, "Have you not read what David did, when he and those who were with him were hungry? How they walked into the temple and ate the showbread, which neither David, nor those who were with him, were permitted to eat, but only the priests? Or have you not seen the priests in the temple, who violate the Sabbath and remain without guilt? Truly, I say to you, you brood of snakes and vipers, a stone will turn into bread far sooner than work not being done on the Sabbath." The directive of keeping the Sabbath sacred is an illogical law made by earthmen, as are many others, which contradict the laws of creation. False prophets and distorters of the truth are the ones responsible for these insane directives, which contradict the laws of creation. Therefore, it is illogical to keep the Sabbath sacred, and not to allow work being done on this day. It is a directive that escapes logical reasoning, and is an ignorant law emanating from the minds of confused people on earth. Truly, I say to you, no Sabbath is sacred, and no law of creation suggests work may not be done on this day. Therefore, the Sabbath is a day like any other, during which work is generally necessary. People are creatures with a free will of their own, therefore, they alone are masters over the Sabbath, as previously was written in the ancient texts regarding the laws of creation, which have been greatly adulterated by distorters of the truth. Emmanuel then continued on from there, and soon walked to the nearest synagogue, where he continued to teach those who had gathered there. And behold, a man with a withered hand sat in the synagogue, and a group of Pharisees asked, "Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath?" So they would have further reason to capture and kill him. However, Emmanuel immediately answered them, saying, "You hypocrites, if only you had eyes, ears and logical minds, so you could see, hear and comprehend. You are completely blind and without reason, for you lack the knowledge to see, hear and understand reality. Therefore, you lack the insight, which would enable you to know the Sabbath is not to be kept sacred. Each Sabbath day, the stars and planets rotate through the heavens, the sun shines, winds blow and rain falls, thereby nourishing all living things. Rivers flow in their beds, and everything goes its normal way on one Sabbath just as another. Are people not worth more than all the plants and animals? Truly, I say to you, they are masters over them, when they follow the laws of creation. You brood of snakes and vipers, you distorters of the truth, who, due to your unquenchable thirst for money and power, spread illogical opinions. Had you but one sheep fall into a pit on the Sabbath day, who among you would not take hold of it and pull it out? How much more is a man or woman worth than a sheep, or how much more are they worth than your deceitful and confused teachings?" Emmanuel then said to the man with the withered member, "Stretch out your hand." The man stretched it out, and immediately it became normal, just like his other hand. the Pharisees quickly went out and held a meeting to discuss Emanuel, in order to decide on how they could destroy him, for he made known their lies and illogical concepts before the people. When Emanuel heard of this, he withdrew from there, and many people continued to follow him, including many sick, and he healed them all. However, Emanuel warned them not to spread the news about this, for he did not want to be captured, tortured and put to death. Despite the great threat, Emanuel's dedication prevailed, and he continued to spread the truth among the people. Chapter 14. It soon came to pass that Emanuel and his disciples traveled to Bethlehem, where he continued to teach and instruct those living there. However, Judas Iscariot had become disloyal to the laws of creation, and had been pursuing his own wealth. Secretly, he was collecting from Emanuel's audiences, accumulating gold, silver and copper in his money bag. However, it soon happened that Judas Iscariot, the son of Simeon, the Pharisee, informed Emanuel of this, hoping to be paid for his trouble. However, Emanuel thanked him, but did not give him any money. Therefore, Judas Iscariot thought of getting revenge, for he was greedy for gold and silver. Emanuel then led Judas Iscariot into the desert, where for 3 days and nights, he was taught the concept of the Spirit within every man and woman, and the laws of creation, whereupon he recognized his mistake, and from then on, dedicated himself to the laws of creation. When they returned to the city, Judas Iscariot distributed his wealth among the poor, and became a trusted disciple of Emanuel. However, at about the same time, it happened that the writings in which Judas Iscariot had recorded the teachings of Emanuel were stolen. Therefore, Judas Iscariot immediately informed Emanuel. Emanuel answered him, saying, "Truly, truly, I say to you, Judas Iscariot, you will suffer much greater troubles than the mere loss of your writings on the laws of creation and my life. Over the next 2,000 years, you will be wrongly accused of betraying me, for Simeon the Pharisee will want it so. However, his son, Judas Iscariot, will be the real culprit. Like his father Simeon Iscariot, he is a Pharisee, who seeks to capture and kill me. It was Judas Iscariot, who stole the writings from you, and has brought them to the scribes and Pharisees, in order to distort the truth even further, and bring about great confusion. Judas Iscariot has received 70 pieces of silver for your writings, and will receive another 30 pieces, if he helps hand me over to be tortured and killed. Truly, I say to you, he will certainly succeed in this, and for more than 2 times 1,000 years, you will innocently be accused of betraying me. However, write down my life story and the laws of creation once again, for the time will come in approximately 2 times 1,000 years, when your writings will be revealed anew. Until then, the spiritual teachings will become greatly adulterated, and will bring with it a confusing religious cult, which will cause vast amounts of blood to flow, for the people on earth are not yet ready to comprehend the truth, or to recognize the existence of the Spirit within each man and woman. Not until approximately 2 times 1,000 years, will an unassuming man appear, recognizing the spiritual teachings as logical descriptions of reality, and will begin to spread them with great fervor. However, he may become vilified by the established religions and advocates of the malicious writings based on me and my life, and therefore, denounced as a liar. And you, Judas Iscariot, will until then, be innocently reviled as my betrayer, and therefore, will be condemned as a result of the deceitfulness of the scribes and Pharisees, and the vast ignorance of the people on earth. However, pay no attention to this, for the teachings of the Spirit within each man and woman, and the laws of creation, sometimes require unavoidable sacrifices. The people on earth are still not very great in their wisdom, knowledge and understanding, and therefore, must first take upon themselves much learning, before they may accumulate the needed comprehension, so as to recognize the truth as it really is. However, for all this to take place, and for the knowledge of the Spirit within each man and woman, and the laws of creation, to bring forth a rich harvest within the people on earth, write down the spiritual teachings once again, and in this way, they will become available to later generations, and therefore, will eventually bear much fruit. Remain with me from now on, follow me and carry out your duty as the transcriber of the truth, namely, the teachings of the Spirit within each man and woman, and the laws of creation. Never will there be any logic that is greater than the laws of nature, which reveals itself to those who honestly seek the truth. The laws of creation have been valid yesterday and today, therefore, they will also be valid tomorrow, and during all times. The laws of creation are a determination, and therefore, a predetermination for things to come. Chapter 15. Later that day, Emmanuel walked to a beach near the sea, where he sat down. People soon began to gather around him, so many in fact, that he had to step into a boat, while the crowd stood on the shore. Emmanuel began talking to them in parables about various things, saying, "Behold, a sower went out to sow. While he sowed, some seeds fell on a pathway, and birds quickly came and ate them up. Some seeds also fell on rocks, where there was not much soil. As the sun rose high, they withered, and because they had no roots, they dried out. Some seeds fell among the thorns, and when they grew up, they were smothered and died. However, some seeds fell on fertile ground and bore good fruit, some 100-fold, some 60-fold, and some 30-fold. Those who have ears, let them hear." After Emmanuel had finished speaking, his disciples stepped up to him, and asked, "Why do you speak in parables, when they do not understand you?" He answered them, saying, "An opportunity has already been given to you, allowing you to comprehend the existence of your spirit, however, it has not been given to them. They certainly hear my words, however, they still live and think according to the illogical teachings of the scribes and Pharisees. They are unknowing and ignorant, therefore, they first need to learn, live and think according to the laws of creation. What would be a better way to help them come alive and to think, if not through speaking in parables? Truly, I say to you, knowledge of the Spirit within each man and woman, is only valuable and useful, if it is gained through someone's own thinking, or through the resolving of mysteries recounted in parables. The people on earth have very little understanding, almost no insight, and are not even remotely aware of the laws of creation, nor do they comprehend the unlimited power they have contained within themselves, within their spirit. First they must learn how to recognize the truth, and then how to live according to the laws of creation, so they may become knowledgeable and wise. For those who have, to them more will be given, so they may have in abundance, however, those who have not, from them will be taken what they have. Therefore, I speak in parables, because with seeing eyes they do not see, and with hearing ears they do not hear, nor do they comprehend. Also through this, the prophecy of Isaiah is fulfilled, which says, "With clear ears they will hear and not understand, and with open eyes they will see and not perceive." Because these people are stubborn in their thoughts and endeavors, their ears hear poorly, and their eyes slumber. They do not see with their eyes, hear with their ears, comprehend with their intelligence, nor do they try to recognize the truth, and acknowledge the laws of creation, although in doing so, they would soon attain comprehension. The people of Israel also disregard the laws of creation, and therefore, they will never find peace. Their blood will frequently be shed, for they completely disregard the laws of creation. They presume themselves above all others on earth, as a chosen people, and therefore, as a separate race and special lineage. What a mistake and illogical opinion, for as much as Israel is a separate lineage or race of people, so it has also been chosen. Completely ignorant regarding the laws of creation, Israel is a mass of people with a terrible past, characterized by murder and arson. Only very few people living in Israel, in the great mass of ignorance, have an honorable past, and a traceable family tree. However, these few people are not part of the brood of snakes and vipers, who dedicate themselves to the illogical Judaic faith, and to the insane and confused beliefs they have adopted from Moses, who in turn, has taken them from the Egyptians. There are very few who know the unlimited power of the Spirit within themselves, and therefore, recognize the truth. They have become rare in this land, and may be counted using one hand. There are so few, that no eyes may recognize them, and no ears may hear them. However, open are your eyes, for you may see, and your ears, for you may hear. Truly, I say to you, many have tried to see what you have seen, yet could not see it, and to hear what you have heard, but could not hear it. Therefore, listen now to the hidden meaning of the parable regarding the sower. If someone hears the truth regarding their spirit, and the laws of creation, yet does not comprehend it, the confused people may come and snatch away what has been sown in their mind. This is for whom it is sown on the pathway. However, for those it is sown on the rocks, this is the one who hears the truth, and quickly accepts it with joy. They have no roots within themselves, therefore, that which has been heard cannot take hold and grow, rather, they are fickle and easily become annoyed when misery and difficulties arise due to the truth. For whom it is sown among the thorns, that is the one who hears the truth, however, the woes of the world and deception of material wealth smother their understanding, therefore, they bring forth no fruit. However, for whom it is sown on fertile ground, this is the one who accepts the truth and seeks to find its meaning, so as to live according to the laws of creation. The fruit is then given a chance to grow and ripen, bringing in a rich harvest. Some may bear 100-fold, others 60-fold, while 30-fold is possible too. This is the meanings of the parable, whose secrets should be deciphered by the people, in order for them to learn, think and develop insights. Nevertheless, the path to understanding and finding the truth is long, as is following the laws of creation. Emanuel then gave another parable, saying, the spiritual teachings are like a man who sows fertile seed in a field. While he slept, winds blew sowing weeds among the plants. As the plants grew and bore fruit, the weeds also appeared. The servants went to the sower, and said, Master, did you not sow good seed in your field? From where have the weeds come? And the sower spoke to them, saying, the winds surely have done this. The servants then asked him, do you want us to go and pull up the weeds? However, the sower replied, no, for you may uproot the plants by pulling the weeds out. Therefore, let both grow together until the harvest, and near harvest time, I will tell the reapers first gather any weeds and bind them in bundles, so they may be burned, then spread the ashes over the field, so the soil will be nourished. You may then gather the plants, and stack them for me in the barn. For behold, Emanuel said, both grow together, the weeds and the plants. The weeds may hinder the fruit from growing large, however, the weeds will later become compost, thereby nourishing the ground. Were it not for the weeds being made into food for the plants, they could not grow and prosper, for they require proper nourishment. Emanuel then presented another parable, saying, the spiritual teachings are like a mustard seed, that a man took and sowed in a field. It is the smallest among the seeds, however, when it becomes fully grown, it is bigger than all the shrubs and becomes a tree, while many birds of the sky come and dwell in its branches. Emanuel continued to speak, saying, the spiritual teachings are like leaven, which a woman took and mixed into 3 bushels of flour, until it was thoroughly leavened. Emanuel did not speak to the people without using parables, in order for what has been said through the prophets would be fulfilled, which states, he will open his mouth in parables, and will proclaim what has become hidden. This will help the people on earth learn, recognize the truth, and follow the laws of creation. Those who have ears, let them hear. The spiritual teachings are like treasure scattered in a field. When someone stumbles upon it, they experience great joy over its discovery, and go out to sell everything they have, and purchase the field. Again, the spiritual teachings are like a merchant, who searched for fine pearls, and when he found a colony of pearl-bearing oysters, he went and sold everything he had, and bought the lake. Once again, the spiritual teachings are like a net, that was thrown into the sea, thereby catching large amounts of fish. When the net became full, the fisherman pulled it ashore and sat down, in order to sort the bigger fish into containers, while throwing the smaller ones back. Such is the spiritual knowledge gained from the teachings. Pay careful attention to these parables, and learn their meaning, so all of you may begin to think, recognize, and follow the laws of creation. Have you understood me? Emanuel asked his disciples, and they answered, saying, yes. Emanuel then said, every scribe who becomes a disciple of the spiritual teachings, is like the father of a household who retrieves from his treasures, the old with the new. After Emanuel had finished speaking, he left that place. Soon Emanuel traveled to his hometown of Nazareth, where he began teaching in a local synagogue. The people there were appalled by his teachings, and said, how did this man come to have such knowledge and understanding? Is Emanuel not the son of Joseph, a carpenter, whose wife was impregnated by a guardian messenger? is his mother not known as Mary? Are his brothers not Judas, Joseph, Simeon and Jacob? And his sisters, are they not alive and well? From where does he get the power for his actions?" They were greatly offended, and threatened to hand him over to the courts. However, Emmanuel spoke to them, saying, "Nowhere is a prophet less valued than in his own country, and especially his parents' household." This will remain true for all times, as long as the people on earth have little understanding, and are enslaved by the illogical and insane teachings of the scribes and distorters of the truth. However, it will occur in approximately 2 times 1,000 years, when the people on earth begin to think that my actual teachings will be revealed anew without adulteration. The prophet of the distant future, however, will not have developed nearly as much power over sickness and disease as I have now. Yet, his knowledge and understanding will far surpass mine, and his revelations obtained from the spiritual teachings will shake the very foundations of the earth, for in this time, the world will be saturated by insane religious cults, which have been established by distorters of the truth, and the people on earth will be living in constant insanity and confusion, which will bring death. It will be a time when aggressors from the depths of the universe begin to threaten, and many new people will seek to rule over those living on earth. Truly, truly, I say to you, the new prophet will be greatly persecuted, not only by malicious people, as is now happening to me, but also by many confused religious cults, which will bring forth many false prophets. However, before the end of 2 times 1,000 years, the new prophet will reveal my unadulterated teachings to small groups, just as I teach the wisdom and knowledge from the laws of creation, to small groups of trusted friends and disciples. Nevertheless, his path will be very difficult and full of obstacles, for he will begin teaching in a peace-loving northern country, which will be largely dominated by strict religious cults, loosely based upon the truth. This I have seen using my inner vision, and therefore, it will come to pass. Emmanuel did not continue showing them his great power, nor did he continue imparting his vast knowledge, due to their disdain for the truth. Chapter 16. Soon after this, while Emmanuel was staying in Nazareth, news about him reached Herod. And Herod spoke to his people, saying, "Surely this is John the Baptist, who has arisen from the dead, for who else has such awesome knowledge?" Herod had seized John the Baptist, bound him, and locked him in a prison cell, because of the demands Herodias, the wife of Herod's brother Philippus, had made, and John the Baptist was decapitated. However, it had previously come to pass, that John reprimanded Herod, saying, "It is not appropriate for you to take Herodias as your wife, for in so doing, you have committed adultery, and therefore, you violate the laws of creation." For this, Herod wanted John the Baptist dead. However, he feared the people, for they considered John a prophet. However, as Herod was celebrating his birthday, the daughter of Herodias danced for him, and he was greatly pleased. Herod then promised to give her anything she wanted. She had already been instructed by her mother, who said, "Tell him you want the head of John the Baptist, delivered to you on a silver platter." However, the daughter of Herodias wept while saying this, for she had been greatly inspired by John the Baptist, and was devoted to his teachings. Yet, the king Herod was very pleased that Herodias had persuaded her daughter to ask for the head of John the Baptist, for in this way, he was not guilty in the eyes of the people, because he had taken an oath. However, Herodias' daughter was unaware that Herod and her mother had already agreed, far before the dance, to obtain the head of John the Baptist through her. Herod quickly sent a servant, and had John decapitated in his prison cell. John the Baptist's head was then carried on a silver platter, and given to the weeping woman. And she kissed the head's brow, while continuing to weep bitterly. She then took the head of John the Baptist to her mother. John's former disciples soon came, and buried his headless body, and they also went to Emmanuel, in order to tell him what had happened. When Emmanuel was told the horrific news, he was overcome with great remorse, and quickly retreated by boat to a secluded area. However, when the people heard of this, they began to follow him on foot. When Emmanuel saw the large crowd from the boat, he felt sorry for them, so he went ashore, and began healing those who were sick. When evening came, Emmanuel's disciples walked up to him, and said, "We are many miles from the nearest town, and night is drawing near, therefore, you should tell the people to go now, for we are all hungry. However, Emmanuel said to them, it is not necessary to leave now. Simply give them something to eat. And they replied, by saying, we have nothing here but a few loaves of bread, and some fish. Emmanuel then said, bring it to me. Telling the people to sit down and wait, Emmanuel took the loaves of bread and fish, and by using the unlimited power of his consciousness, and therefore, his spirit, Emmanuel broke the loaves of bread, cut up the fish, and gave them to his disciples, and the disciples gave them to the hungry people. They all ate and were satisfied, and after gathering the uneaten remains, about 12 baskets full were needed to hold them. There were a total of about 5,000 people, who were fed by Emmanuel that evening. Soon afterward, Emmanuel asked his disciples to use the boat, and enter the nearest city in advance of him, while he dismissed the people. After Emmanuel had sent the people away, he climbed up a small mountain by himself, in order to rest and regain his depleted strength, therefore, he was there alone at night. The disciples' boat was, at that time, in the middle of the sea, and was being tossed around violently by large waves, for the wind was against them, and the storm was directly overhead. However, on the 4th hour in the early morning, Emmanuel began to approach the small boat, by walking on the water of the sea. When his disciples saw him walking on the water, they were terrified, and said, it is a ghost. And they cried out in fear. However, when Emmanuel got near the boat, he spoke to them, saying, be comforted, for it is I Emmanuel, do not be afraid. Master, is it really you? Peter asked. Truly, it is I, answered Emmanuel. However, Peter then said, Master, if it is you, allow me to walk towards you on the water. And Emmanuel said to Peter, come to me on the water, and do not be afraid. Comprehend and know, that the water is capable of carrying you, and it will carry you. Do not doubt your knowledge, ability and understanding, and the water will become a firm foundation to step on. Peter immediately stepped out of the boat, and began walking on the water towards Emmanuel. However, when a strong thunderclap ripped through the violent storm, Peter was startled and began to sink, screaming, Emmanuel, help me. Emmanuel quickly ran to Peter, stretched out his hand and grabbed him, while saying, O you of little knowledge, why are you frightened, and why do you become doubtful in your fright? The unlimited power of your spirit, through your knowledge and understanding, has given you the ability to walk on the water, as you have just witnessed. You trusted yourself before the thunderclap, however, you became frightened and began to doubt, therefore, the power of your knowledge left you, and your ability disappeared. Never doubt the unlimited power of your spirit, which is a fragment of creation itself. Behold, there was a little bird circling high in the sky, singing and enjoying itself. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind came and made it waver, causing it to doubt its ability to fly, therefore, it quickly fell to the ground and died. Never doubt the infinite power of your spirit, nor should you doubt your understanding and ability, when logic shows you the truth. Emmanuel then stepped into the boat, while also calming the storm, and the winds quickly ceased. The disciples in the boat were astonished, saying, you are indeed a master of your spirit, and someone who knows the laws of creation. Someone like you has never been born among us, nor has any prophet known to us ever had such power. However, Emmanuel said to them, I tell you, there are greater masters of spiritual power than I, some of which are our distant forefathers of Piety. Great are they also, who came from the depths of space, and the greatest among them is Pleos, who is the spiritual ruler of 3 lineages of people living on earth. However, greater than all of them is creation, and its laws they follow and respect, therefore, Pleos is not omnipotent, as only creation itself is. Therefore, there are also limits set for those who are or have been called a god, and who rule above emperors and kings. However, the people on earth are ignorant and illogical, therefore, they believe Pleos to be creation, and thereby serve a fictitious entity, as has been adulterated by the distorters of the truth. Because many people on earth believe in God, they do not know about the reality of creation, for Pleos is a man just as you or I. However, the difference being, that Pleos' wisdom, knowledge, comprehension, logic and love, is much more than 1,000 times greater than I, you and everyone else is living on earth. Yet, Pleios is not creation, which is truly vast, and is actually the universe's consciousness. Therefore, Pleios is also a fragment of creation, who according to a logical opinion, has had no beginning or end. They continued crossing the sea, and soon landed on the shore of Gennesaret. The people in that region quickly became aware of Emanuel, and therefore, immediately sent word throughout the land, in order for him to heal those who were sick and suffering. Many asked if they could only touch the hem of Emanuel's garment, so they would be healed. And it came to pass, that those who touched the hem of his garment, soon became well. Chapter 17. At one time, a group of scribes and Pharisees from Jerusalem came to Emanuel, and asked, "Why do your disciples disregard the statutes of the elders?" And Emanuel answered them, saying, "Why do you violate the laws of creation, simply by following your statutes? Moses has said, according to the laws of the people on earth, you should honor your mother and father, and those who dishonor them should suffer death. However, the laws of creation say, you should honor your mother and father, and anyone who does not, should be expelled and banished from their family and community. However, you teach, say to one's father or mother, I donate to the religious cult what I owe you, therefore, I am no longer indebted to you. You illogically teach, the people no longer need to honor their mother and father, and therefore, you have traded the laws of creation, for your own statutes and thirst for power. You hypocrites, Isaiah has prophesied quite accurately about you, when he said, the people of Israel give service to creation, however, their hearts and knowledge are far from it. They merely serve their religious cult in vain, for they teach adulterated and illogical teachings, which are no more than man-made laws. Emanuel called out to the people gathered around him, saying, Listen and comprehend. The teachings of the scribes and Pharisees are very confusing, and full of many illogical and insane concepts. They only teach you man-made statutes, which are not the laws of creation. Emanuel's disciples then walked up to him, and asked, Are you aware the scribes and Pharisees were greatly offended by your speech? They have gone to bear witness against you, in order to have you tortured and killed. However, Emanuel answered them, by saying, Every plant not living according to the laws of creation, dries up and rots. Leave them be, for they are blind leaders of the blind. When a blind man leads another blind man, both are bound to fall into a pit and die. However, let us leave this place now, so the henchmen do not catch me today. Peter then said to Emanuel, Please interpret the story about the plants and blind men for us. However, Emanuel reprimanded his disciple, saying, Are you too, still without wisdom and knowledge, and therefore, also lacking in comprehension? You have been following me for a long time now, Peter, yet, you still lack the ability to think logically, and thereby fail to recognize the truth. Truly I say, you will do much towards adulterating the spiritual teachings of the truth. With your insufficient knowledge, your understanding barely exceeds the scribes and Pharisees. Have you not yet realized, the parables and stories have a spiritual meaning, and therefore, are concerning the spiritual growth of the people? Oh, you have little knowledge, does your comprehension still not exceed the vast ignorance of the people? Beware, Peter, for you see me in an illogical way, and will adamantly claim I am from an origin, which I could not have descended. Chapter 18. Emanuel then departed from there, and began to walk towards the regions of Sidon and Tyre. And behold, some Pharisees and Sadducees approached him, demanding he demonstrate his great spiritual power. However, Emanuel answered them, saying, In the evening you say, Tomorrow will be a fair day, for the sunset is red in color. And in the morning you say, Today will be foul weather, for the sunrise is red, and the sky is cloudy. Therefore, if you are able to judge by the appearance of the sky, why can you not also judge by the appearance of the time? Truly I say, this vastly ignorant and insane generation is seeking a sign, however, no sign will be given to it, except for the sign of Jonah, by disappearing alive inside the belly of a great fish, and emerging alive 3 days and nights later. Emanuel then left them, and continued on. They soon began sailing across the sea, and arriving at the other shore, the disciples noticed they had forgotten to bring some bread. And Emmanuel said to them, "Take great care, and beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and Sadducees." The disciples spoke to each other, saying, "This must refer to our not having brought along any bread, or anything else to eat." When Emmanuel heard this, he became angry, and said, "O you of little knowledge, why does it worry you to have no bread? Can you still not comprehend the truth, and can you not understand the meaning of what I say? Are you all of such little knowledge, and completely without comprehension, that you cannot recognize the real meaning? Do you still not understand, and do you intend to remain ignorant for all times? Can you not remember the loaves of bread and fish, that was divided among the 5,000, and how many baskets full you then gathered? How is it you cannot see? I do not speak of the bread you eat daily. For I say to you, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and Sadducees." And the disciples finally understood that Emmanuel was not talking about the leaven found within bread, but of the illogical and adulterated teachings taught by the scribes and Pharisees. Emmanuel and his disciples soon reached the area of Caesarea Philippi, and Emmanuel asked them, "Who do the people think I am?" And they replied, saying, "Some say you are John the Baptist, others, that you are Elijah, and still others say you are the reincarnation of Jeremiah." Emmanuel then asked them, "And who do you think I am?" However, Simon Peter immediately replied, saying, "You are the prophesied Messiah and Son of the living God, who is the spiritual ruler of 3 lineages of people living on earth." When Emmanuel heard this, he became very angry, saying, "O you unfortunate man, the spiritual teachings have not said this, for I have taught you the truth. Therefore, I also say to you, certainly you are a loyal disciple, however, your comprehension must be compared to that of a young boy. You are Simon Peter, and will be among those who open the portals of confusion, causing many people on earth to be overcome by your illogical interpretation of the truth, and therefore, will live according to insane opinions and concepts. I should not have given you the explanations of spiritual knowledge, for you will bring vast confusion and hatred with it. I am not the son of a spiritual ruler for 3 lineages of people living on earth, and therefore, not the son of Pleos. Free your mind from these illogical thoughts, and learn the truth, for the primary consciousness of a universe is called creation, and the spirit within each man and woman is a tiny fragment of creation itself. My mother is Mary, who truly conceived me through a guardian messenger, a descendant of our ancestors, who have traveled here from deep within this universe. And my stepfather is Joseph, who only acts as my paternal guardian on earth." Emmanuel then warned his disciples not to assume such dangerous things, and that they should not spread Peter's confused opinion. About this time, Emmanuel began informing his disciples that he would soon travel to Jerusalem, thereby suffering terrible torture from the elders, scribes and chief priests, for he was to bring the spiritual teachings to them. However, Peter spoke to Emmanuel angrily, saying, "May God or creation prevent this, for they intend to murder you." And Emmanuel quickly turned away from him, saying, "Get out of my sight, Peter, for you are an annoyance, and continuously think only in a materialistic manner. Simon Peter, again you make me very angry, and freely display your vast ignorance. Truly, I say to you, due to your complete lack of comprehension, this world will shed enormous amounts of blood, for you will help greatly in adulterating the truth, and therefore, will also spread vast ignorance among the people on earth. You will be partly to blame for the deaths of many people, as well as for the origin of a malicious appellation for me, and for the terrible insult of calling me the son of Pleos, and calling Pleos creation itself. However, you are still under the guidance of my patient instruction, and therefore, may immeasurably improve upon your ignorance." Emmanuel then said to his disciples, "Those who follow the spiritual teachings, should first take upon themselves the burden of searching for truth, insight and comprehension. For those who live their lives with wisdom and knowledge, will become victorious, however, those who live in ignorance, have already lost. What would it profit someone, if they gained the entire world, yet stunted their spiritual growth? How can someone utilize the unlimited power of their spirit, if they are unable to think logically? Truly I say, many of you will not comprehend the awesome power of spiritual knowledge in this life, therefore, you will struggle even more to learn in future incarnations. Everyone starts their beginning completely ignorant, until they gain knowledge through logical thinking and inquiry. The spirit of a man or woman is not merely a product of their body, but also a fragment of creation itself, and therefore, should be made knowledgeable and perfected. Everyone should realize their constant oneness with consciousness, for creation, too, is in constant growth towards relative perfection. Creation is timeless, therefore, the spirit of a man or woman is timeless as well. The path to understanding the truth is extensive, and not necessarily simple, however, it is the way to a knowledgeable and peaceful life. Every man and woman is bound to the relative perfection of their spirit, and for life to be lived according to the laws of creation. When people make a mistake, they act according to a law of creation, for they learn from it, and thereby gather insight and knowledge. This leads to the further development of their spirit, and through their gained wisdom, knowledge and understanding, they are able to think more logically than before. Therefore, without making mistakes, it would be impossible to gather the logic, insight, wisdom and knowledge necessary, for each man and woman to develop their spirit. Truly, I say to you, the teachings of the chief priest, scribes and Pharisees are very illogical and deeply confusing, for they say a mistake will be punished by plagues or creation, when in fact, it serves as insight and provides knowledge, and therefore, helps the progress of your spirit. There are no punishable honest mistakes, if it truly serves the insight, knowledge and progress of your spirit, and there is no inheritable mistake or punishment, on this world or any other in reality. Punishment of such an honest mistake, would contradict the laws of nature, and therefore, the laws of creation. When someone makes a mistake that serves as insight, knowledge, and progress of their spirit, there is no punishment, in this life, nor in any subsequent life. Therefore, each man and woman lives with the duty of perfecting their spirit within themselves, and obtaining insight and knowledge through mistakes, so they may live according to the laws of creation. The people on earth, however, do not learn consistently, nor by using the infinite power of their spirit, which is guided by the laws of creation, and is introduced to situations that are needed for their growth. Therefore, they often mislead their thoughts, emotions and actions, by burdening themselves with unnecessary guilt, and exposing their inner selves to attacks from malicious people. In this manner, other people's thoughts and actions easily affect their life, for better or worse. Because the people on earth, at this time, are beginning to think and perceive, they are in dire need of the truth, therefore, prophets have been sent by the celestial sons, in order to teach them the laws of creation, and about the existence of the spirit within everyone. However, the people are still very ignorant, and addicted to the illogical concepts of the priests and distorters of the truth, therefore, they may not immediately recognize the new teachings as logical. Lacking in comprehension, the people curse the truth, which, however, must come. They also imprison, torture and murder the prophets. However, because the spiritual teachings must be brought to the people on earth, the prophets will bear great burdens, as well as suffering greatly. Just as they have persecuted the prophets, they are now after my life. The prophecy of the determination says, it will come true for me, that an innocent man is declared guilty. However, I will not be murdered, but only in a state of near death, and will be considered dead for 3 days and nights, after being placed in a rock tomb, and the sign of Jonah will be fulfilled. My friends from faraway India, who are well trained in the art of healing, will be my caretakers, and will help me flee from the tomb on the 3rd day, so I may continue spreading the spiritual teachings, among the people of India. It will happen there, that I will attain a certain insight, and will further increase my knowledge, thereby gaining new strength and understanding. Chapter 19. It soon came to pass, that Emmanuel's disciples asked him, Who among us is the greatest in knowledge and understanding? Emmanuel then called a young girl to him, and said, Truly, truly, I say to you, unless you are like the boys and girls, you will not be great in wisdom, knowledge and understanding. Those who seek, gather insights and thirst for wisdom and knowledge like this girl, will truly become great, and will comprehend the truth. Those who search like the young boys and girls, will always reach their fullest potential within themselves. However, those who instead embrace illogical teachings, and do not honestly and diligently search for the truth, would be better off with a millstone hung around their neck. Truly, there is no meaning to life without searching, seeking and finding the fundamental truth for yourself. It would be better to remove those who lack understanding, from the company of the honest and diligent seekers of the truth, and of those who thirst for understanding, so they would not hinder those willing to live a peaceful life. Unreasonable people will surely be willing to follow the laws of creation, after their expulsion. Trouble will come through troublemakers, however, woe to those who cause it. Do not be concerned if your foot or hand troubles you, and must be cut off, for it is much better to only lose one limb, and be able to grow great in comprehension, than to have 2 hands and feet, and an understanding that remains small, or even wastes away. Do not be concerned if one of your eyes trouble you, and it becomes blind, for it is much better to follow the laws of creation, and to comprehend the truly infinite power of your spirit, than to have 2 eyes, and remain completely ignorant regarding the truth. You should not sacrifice your spiritual growth and comprehension for anything. Find the logical meaning and accuracy in what I say, for I was born on the earth just as you, and therefore, I have also had to honestly search, in order to comprehend the truth. I am a man just like yourselves, and have gathered real knowledge, therefore, you are also capable of learning, searching, understanding the truth, and following the laws of creation. If your neighbor embraces illogical teachings, go and reveal the truth in private. If they honestly listen, you have succeeded. However, if they do not listen, and continue to be enslaved by a lack of comprehension, leave them alone, for they are not ready to understand the truth, once you have done everything possible. For it is much better to let an unreasonable man or woman walk the path of misery, than to bring confusion to yourself. Truly, I say to you, the moon will crash into the earth, before an unreasonable man or woman will be taught reason, therefore, beware of such people. Sow the seed of truth on fertile soil, where it may germinate, for only a germinated seed will bring forth healthy fruit. Chapter 20. After Emmanuel had finished speaking, he departed from Galilee, and entered the land of Judea beyond the Jordan. And behold, many people followed him there, and he healed those who were sick and suffering. However, some Pharisees also followed him, and asked, "Is it right for a man to divorce his wife on any grounds?" And Emmanuel answered them, saying, "Truly, I say to you, the earth would sooner split in 2, than divorce becoming permissible for any reason. Truly, everyone will leave their mother and father for the sake of marriage, and will cling to their spouse, so as to become one flesh and blood. They are then not considered 2, but one in themselves and also together, which is uniquely theirs. From one flesh and blood they bring forth offspring, who again are one with their mother and father, in themselves and also together. Therefore, what is joined together in honest matrimony, should not be destroyed arbitrarily, for this would violate the laws of creation." The Pharisees then asked Emmanuel, "Why has Moses said, that a decree of annulment should be issued, in the case of a divorce for any reason?" And Emmanuel answered them, saying, "Moses has given you permission to divorce on any grounds, due to the hardness of your hearts, and the control he has over you. However, such has not been the case from the earliest beginning, therefore, Moses has violated a law of creation. Truly, I say to you, anyone who divorces, except due to adultery, and goes on to marry someone else, commits adultery themselves." The disciples then said to Emmanuel, "If this is the way it should be, it is not good to marry." And Emmanuel replied, saying, "Not everyone will understand this message, except those who are ready for it. Some do not enter marriage, because from the time of their birth, they are incapable of it. Others do not enter marriage, because violent people have made them unsuited for it. And still others do not enter marriage, because they have renounced it for the sake of spiritual growth. Those who are able to comprehend this message, let them comprehend it." Soon after this, a group of boys and girls were brought to Emmanuel, in order for him to teach them, and they were refused by the disciples. However, Emmanuel said to them, "Do not hinder the boys and girls from coming to me, for they are often the most attentive listeners, and theirs is the realm of imagination. Learn wisdom and knowledge, in order to perfect your spirit, and follow the laws of creation. Truly, I say to you, I am called Emmanuel, which means, the one with spiritual knowledge. Truly, truly, I say to you, honestly and diligently seek knowledge and understanding, and you will become wise. Being called the one with spiritual knowledge, indicates I am more spiritually knowledgeable than most people on earth. Therefore, I am a king of wisdom among you, as Platos is the king of wisdom among the celestial sons, who, together with him, are the spiritual teachers of 3 lineages of people on earth. I was born from an earth woman, and therefore, also speak her language, and am called Emmanuel, as Platos in his language is an Ishwish, which has the meaning king of wisdom, and is the spiritual teacher of various populations of people, procreated by him and his ancestors. Seek to understand the meaning of my words, or you may become so ignorant, as to call me the son of Platos or the son of creation, or equate me to the omnipotence of creation, or to further insult me, by saying I am the Lord over good and evil. Behold, the boys and girls are not like you, for they learn from the wisdom and knowledge of what I say, and therefore, comprehension will be theirs, so do not send them away. And Emmanuel continued on from there. As Emmanuel and his disciples were walking along the road, Peter asked, "We have left everything to follow you, so what will we get in return?" And Emmanuel replied, saying, "Truly, I say to you, some of you who follow me, will embrace the logic of the truth, and therefore, may become spiritually great in reincarnations to come. However, many of you will not recognize the reality of the spiritual teachings, and therefore, will disseminate confusing stories loosely based on me and my life, and they will have the greatest difficulty finding logic and peace in future incarnations. It will be this way among everyone living on earth, from east to west and north to south. My beneficial teachings will be brought to a few, however, many will not recognize them. Most people will follow insane and confusing stories, roughly based on the truth, and will not find comprehension, for they will think I am the son of Platos in creation, and will even say they are one illogical entity called God. They will speak long sentences, and will adamantly claim they alone know the truth, for they will have fallen prey to insanity, and therefore, will think many illogical thoughts. Many will be considered great among the people on earth, for they will think inconsistently in their vast confusion, however, they will be considered small in spiritual knowledge, and will remain without comprehension. Knowledge may only exist, where understanding the truth bears healthy fruit, and where the laws of creation are respected and followed. Chapter 21. When Emmanuel and his disciples set out for the city of Jericho, many people continued to follow. And behold, there were 2 blind men sitting by the public easement, and when they heard Emmanuel walking by, they began to cry out, saying, "O son of a guardian messenger, have mercy on us." The disciples asked them to be quieter, however, they screamed even louder, yelling, "O son of a guardian messenger, please have mercy on us." Emmanuel then stopped walking, and called out to them, asking, "What do you want me to do for you?" And they said to him, "Open our eyes, so we may once again see the splendor of this world." After hearing this, Emmanuel felt sorry for them, and asked, "What power do you think it is, that will allow you to see once again?" And they replied, saying, "The unlimited power of the Spirit within every man and woman, which is a fragment of creation itself." Emmanuel was astonished, and said, "Truly, so far I have not found such knowledge among the people on earth. Be it done to you, as you expect." He then touched their eyes, and immediately their vision returned, and they began following him. As the crowd continued on, Emmanuel taught the people following him with great passion, saying, "Truly, truly, I say to you, if you are knowledgeable and comprehending, embrace wisdom, and if you practice logic honestly, and do not doubt your comprehension, not only will you do such things with blind eyes, but when you say to a fig tree, 'Dry up,' it will dry up, or when you say to a mountain, 'Lift up and move into the sea,' it will come to pass." Be honest in wisdom and knowledge, in order for you to properly utilize the unlimited power of your spirit when you are knowledgeable, and live in the logic of your understanding, your spirit, and therefore, your innermost self, will be filled with infinite capabilities. Everything you ask or command of your spirit, you will receive if you trust your comprehension. However, prayer is not necessary, for you are able to receive freely, if you train yourself through the logic of wisdom, knowledge and comprehension. You should not delude yourselves by heeding the illogical concept, which claims people have a predetermined will, for this is not logical. Know this, if someone would like to accomplish a goal, they must first create the will to do so, for this is the way of nature, and therefore, a law of creation. In this way, people themselves determine the course of their life, and fate is merely illusory. However, it is a fact, that someone must first acquire knowledge and learn the truth, in order to engender a will imbued with the laws of creation. All men, women, boys and girls, of all universes, should consider themselves people, who live to learn and perfect themselves, for everyone is constantly one with creation. Pay close attention, when in the near future, illogical and deeply confusing stories will be spread, that claim people must once again perfect their spirit, for they have fallen away from God. Beware of this confused teaching, for it is illogical down to the final dot on the I. Truly, truly, I say to you, not a single individual that has ever existed has had a perfect spirit, and therefore, they have never fallen away from creation. The spirit of each individual is created specifically for the task of perfecting themselves. This is done by gaining wisdom and knowledge through living on a planet, or spaceship as the case may be. This is so as to become one with creation, as determined by the laws of nature, whereby creation grows and expands within, and perfects itself from within itself. As the spirit within each man and woman is a unity with creation, so is creation a unity within itself, and no power exists without it. Within itself, creation is pure consciousness, and therefore, infinite power, because it is one within itself, and nothing exists outside of it. Therefore, beware of the illogical and adulterated future teachings, that will insult me by claiming I am the son of creation, and the son of Pleos. From these confused teachings, illogical and insane concepts will be made, and because of them, the world will suffer much deprivation and misery. Pay no attention to the illogical future teachings, which will endeavor to combine the spirit within each man and woman, creation and me into one, creating from them a threefold entity, which in turn should be considered a unity again. Beware of these illogical and adulterated teachings of the future, because a trinity isn't possible according to the logical laws of creation. Truly, I say to you, the kings suppress their people, and the mighty use violence against them. Similarly, the many future religious cults will also use violence, when they adulterate the truth, and begin to spread insane beliefs and opinions. Therefore, beware of them and do not permit yourselves to be forced into carrying the yoke of these illogical teachings. However, this does not need to happen to you. Instead, you may become knowledgeable, so that you may learn and recognize the truth. As I have come to teach wisdom and knowledge among the people on earth, so you should keep on teaching, in order for the truth to indeed prevail. Chapter 22. As they approached Jerusalem at Bethphage near the Mount of Olives, Emmanuel sent forth 2 of his disciples, saying to them, Go into the village that lies ahead, and you will find a female donkey tied to a post, and a foal with her. Untie them both and bring them to me, for they are a gift, and are only temporarily being kept there at the stable. If anyone questions you, say, Emmanuel of Nazareth needs them. The disciples then quickly went there, and did as Emmanuel had instructed them. They soon brought the female donkey and the foal, and laid their clothes on the older animal, and Emmanuel mounted it. When the people heard that Emmanuel, the King of Wisdom, was coming, they spread their clothes on the path, while others cut branches from trees, also scattering them on the path. The people who walked ahead of Emmanuel, and those who followed him, shouted saying, Here comes the descendant of David. Praise be to him who comes to proclaim anew the teachings regarding the laws of creation, and the infinite power of the Spirit within everyone. When they entered Jerusalem, the whole city became excited, and asked, Who is it that's coming? The people replied, saying, It is Emmanuel, the prophet from Nazareth of Galilee, who brings anew the teachings of the Spirit within each man and woman, and the laws of creation. Emmanuel walked into a temple in Jerusalem, and immediately he became furious, when he saw the many traders, vendors, dove merchants and money changers, that had established themselves there. Emmanuel was very upset, and said to them, It is written, the temple is to be a place of teaching and contemplation, however, you have made it into a den of thieves. In his anger, Emmanuel overturned the tables of the money changers, and the chairs of the dove merchants. He then drove them out with a donkey driver's whip. Many blind and sick people then came to Emmanuel in the temple, and he healed them all. However, when the scribes and Pharisees saw the great deeds Emmanuel was performing, and the people, as they shouted in the temple, saying, "Praise be to the descendant of David," they became indignant. When they asked him, "Do you hear what these people are saying?" Emmanuel said to them, "Are you so afraid of the truth that it angers you?" He then left them there, and departed from that city for Bethany, where he would stay overnight. When Emmanuel returned again to a temple to speak, the chief priest, scribes and elders of the church came to him, and asked, "By what authority are you doing these things, and who gave you the authority?" Emmanuel answered them, saying, "I too would like to ask you a question, and if you answer it, I will answer your questions. Where did the baptism of John come? From creation, or from men?" They began pondering the question, and spoke among themselves, saying, "If we tell him it was from creation, he will reply, 'Why don't you trust in it, and why aren't you following its laws?' However, if we say it was through men, we must fear the people, for they consider John a prophet." So they answered Emmanuel, saying, "We do not know." Emmanuel then said to them, "You brood of snakes and vipers, neither will I tell you by whose authority I act. Yet, what do you think? A man had 2 sons. He went to the first one, and said, 'My son, go and work today in the vineyard.' The son answered, saying, 'Yes, father, I will go.' However, he did not go. The man then went to the other son, and said, 'My son, go and work today in the vineyard.' However, the son answered, saying, 'I do not want to do it, therefore, I will not go.' However, he soon felt remorse and went. Now I ask you, which of the 2 did the will of the Father?" And they said, "The latter of course." However, Emmanuel spoke to them, saying, "Truly, truly, I say to you, the politicians and prostitutes will recognize the reality of my wisdom and knowledge before you do. John the Baptist and many other prophets have come to you, and tried to teach you the correct way, yet, you did not listen to them. However, the politicians and prostitutes did listen to them, and although you have recognized the truth, you do not think logically, which is the only way to obtain comprehension. You know the truth, and yet, you deny it, in order to profit in gold, silver and goods, and to enrich yourselves at the expense of the poor misguided people, by constantly misleading, exploiting, and burdening them with your insane concepts. However, listen to another parable about a vineyard, and perhaps you will comprehend, if you have not completely lost your ability to think logically. There was a lord of a large property, who planted a vineyard, built a fence around it, and dug a cellar within. He built a tower, leased a vineyard to vine dressers, and left the country. When the time for the grape harvest arrived, and with it the payment of the lease, the Lord sent his servants to the vine dressers, so they would collect the lease payment due. However, the vine dressers seized the servants, beat one, tortured another, and stoned to death the third one. And again, the Lord sent other servants, more this time than the first. However, the vine dressers treated them the same way, as they did the servants before. Finally, the Lord sent the son of his administrator to them, and said, they will respect the administrator's son. However, when the vine dressers saw the son of the administrator, they spoke among themselves, saying, "This is the heir, let us kill him and take his inheritance." They then seized the administrator's son, pushed him out of the vineyard, and killed him, so they thought. However, while presuming him dead, they put him in a tomb, where he remained in a state of near death for 3 days and nights. The administrator's son then fled from there, and returned to the lord of the vineyard, in order to report what had happened. Now when the lord of the vineyard heard what had happened to the son of the administrator, what do you think the Lord did? They replied to Emmanuel, saying, he probably had the villains punished and banished, and had his vineyard given to other vine dressers, who would pay his lease at the proper time. Surely, he also turned over the inheritance to the administrator's son in advance. Emmanuel then said, you have recognized the meaning, and therefore, may also have read it in the spiritual teachings, a stone the builders threw away, later became the cornerstone. Therefore, I am like the son of the administrator of the vineyard, and you are like the vine dressers, that have leased a vineyard. Truly, the spiritual teachings are not foreign to you, and you are well acquainted with them, for they have already been handed down, and made known to you by the prophets of the past. However, if you disregard, adulterate and interpret them to your own advantage, you are calling me a liar, thereby, you also call Platos a liar, upon whose resolve I was begotten, by one of his people, and stand here before you as a prophet. Therefore, I say to you, peace and joy shall be taken from you and your people for all great times, and everything will be given to others, who will bring forth the fruit of wisdom and knowledge. If you disregard and trample the directives of Platos, who is the ruler over this and 2 other lineages of people in the north and the east, you will be disregarded and trampled upon for all time. The burden of the Israelite people will be like a heavy stone. Anyone who falls upon this stone will be smashed to pieces, likewise, anyone who it falls upon will be crushed. When the scribes and Pharisees heard what Emanuel had said, they understood he cursed them and the Israelite people for all times. Therefore, they soon began conspiring on how they could seize Emanuel. However, they were afraid of the people, who considered him a prophet. Chapter 23. When the Pharisees held counsel on how they could snare Emanuel in his speech, they sent their followers to him, including some of Herod's people. And they said to Emanuel, Master, we know you are truthful, and that you teach the laws of creation correctly. You do not inquire about anyone, since you do not care about someone's reputation, but only about the directives of Platos, and therefore, the laws of creation. Therefore, tell us your opinion, is it good to pay taxes to the emperor, or not? However, Emanuel sensed their malice, and said, You deceivers, hypocrites and swindlers, how low in intelligence and comprehension are you, that you want to trap me in such a sick and foolish manner? Show me a tax coin, so I may rid you of your ignorance. And they gave him a denarius. Emanuel then asked them, Whose image, and whose inscription is on this coin? And they replied, They are the emperor's. Emanuel then said to them, Give to the emperor what is the emperor's, and give to Platos what is Platos', and give to creation what is creation's. However, always know that Platos and the emperor are men, above whom is the omnipotence of creation, to which you should give the highest regard. Although Platos is indeed the ruler over 3 lineages of people on earth, and the emperor is indeed ruler over his people, above them is creation as the highest authority, to which they are subordinate in reality, as is every single man and woman, and all other forms of life. When they heard this, they were astonished, so they left Emanuel alone and went away. On the same day, the Sadducees, who hold the opinion, there is no reincarnation of the spirit within every man and woman, came to him. They asked Emanuel, Master, Moses has said, when a man dies and has no children, his brother shall take the widow as his wife, and beget descendants for his brother. Once there were 7 brothers among us. The first one was married and died, and because he had no descendants, he left his wife to his brother. This also happened to the second, and the third, until the 7th died as well. At last the woman also died. Now you teach there is a renewed life, therefore, whose wife will she be among the 7 in the new life, for she was the wife to all of them. However, Emanuel answered them, saying, You are mistaken, and therefore, you do not comprehend the unadulterated scriptures of the elders, nor do you know the laws of creation. Truly, I say to you, Moses never gave this directive. Instead, he has said that a brother should take his brother's wife to himself in honor, so that if one died, the other would take care of the widow of his brother. How is it possible for someone to beget descendants for his brother, since everyone's seed is different? In the next incarnation they all will be strangers, for they will not recognize each other, therefore, no law of creation says the wife then belongs to any man. In each new life, the people determine for themselves whom they wish to marry, therefore, they may marry anyone who is not spoken for. Learn the laws of creation, which say, in a new life, people generally do not remember their former lives, therefore, your question is superfluous. At this point, it is only the prophets who remember their former lives, since they follow the laws of creation, and therefore, live a life of wisdom and knowledge. However, since you and the Israelite people will continue to live in piercing darkness for an extended period, knowledge and comprehension regarding the existence of the spirit within each man and woman, and the laws of creation, will remain hidden from you for a long time. Others will advance well beyond you, and will evolve greatly in their own wisdom and knowledge, and therefore, will follow the laws of creation. Therefore, they will become superior to you, in regards to knowledge and comprehension, and will gather great insight. Many among them will soon be like the prophets, and will have recollections regarding their former lives. However, you and the Israelite people will remain small in comprehension, and therefore, will drift in piercing darkness. Anyone who incurs punishment, shall also endure it. When the Sadducees heard this, they were aghast and became afraid. However, when the Pharisees heard that Emmanuel had silenced the Sadducees, they gathered and deliberated greatly. One among the Pharisees, a scribe, asked Emmanuel, which is the foremost directive in the laws. However, Emmanuel asked in return, whose laws are you thinking of, the laws of the emperor, the laws of Plaos, or the laws of creation? And the scribe answered him, saying, I am thinking of the laws of all three. Emmanuel then said, the highest directive of the laws of creation is this: achieve the wisdom of knowledge, so you may logically follow the laws of creation. The highest directive of the laws of Plaos is this: you should honor Plaos, as the ruler of three lineages of people on earth, and should obey his laws, for he is their king of wisdom, and therefore, a wise and logical counselor. And the highest directive of the laws of the emperor is this: you shall be obedient to the emperor, follow his laws, and give to him the tithe, for he is the ruler over the people, and therefore, their guardian and protector. These are the foremost, and therefore, the greatest directives of the laws of the three, as applied to their categories. However, another directive of the laws of creation, equal to the first, is this: you shall consider only creation as omnipotent, for it alone is constant, and therefore, is timeless. The emperor and Plaos are transitory, however, creation is eternal. Upon these two directives, depend all the laws of creation and the prophets. The laws of Plaos, and those of the emperor, are laws of men, and are intended to maintain order among the people. However, the laws of creation are the laws of life, and the spirit within each man and woman, and therefore, they are eternal and constant. Likewise, eternal is someone's spirit, which is a tiny fragment of creation itself. Therefore, when someone dies, they live on, through the reincarnation of their spirit, and they leave this side of existence for the other side, where they continue to gather wisdom and knowledge, until they reincarnate. The greater the spiritual wisdom and knowledge, gained through conscious learning during a physical life on a planet, the more someone is able to determine their future, their return, and their subsequent activities. I am a prophet, and therefore, I know the truth, that I am here now as representative of Plaos, for the purpose of revealing the laws of creation, to all those who live according to illogical teachings, and therefore, degrade the greatness and infinite power of their spirit. Therefore, the words of truth will be harsh, and many people will seethe and rage because of them. The harsh words of the truth will be the instructive judgment for everyone who has lived according to illogical teachings, and therefore, degrade the infinite power of their spirit. Because the Pharisees were together, Emmanuel asked them, what do you think about me, whose son am I? And they replied, saying, you are the son of David. Emmanuel then said to them, how can I be the son of David, when he has been dead for a long time? You are greatly mistaken, for I was begotten by Gabriel, the guardian messenger. Have you not read, that David called me Lord, when he said, my Lord, sit down at my right side, until you may place your enemies beneath your feet, for you are my foster son, and my successor. Since David calls me Lord, how can I be his son? Not one of them could give Emmanuel an answer, therefore, they secretly said, Emmanuel blasphemes God and our teachings. Let us try to catch and kill him, for he endangers our position, in that we will no longer be respected by the people. Chapter 24. Emmanuel then spoke to the people and his disciples, saying, the scribes and Pharisees sit on the chairs of the prophets. Refrain from doing or accepting anything they tell you, also do not act in accordance with their works. They teach you illogical concepts, which they and their forefathers have created, For their own selfish interests they contrive heavy burdens, and place them upon the shoulders of the people. However, they themselves do not want to lift a finger. They do all their works, in order to be seen by the people, and to impress them. They make their prayer belts wide, and the tassels on their clothing long. They like to sit at the heads of tables, and in the best places in the synagogues. They like to be greatest in the marketplace, and to be called master by the people. However, you should not let anyone call you master, until you have become aware of the truth. Likewise, do not let anyone call you teacher, until you follow the laws of creation yourselves, for those who allow themselves to be called master or teacher, yet do not possess comprehension of the truth, will be denounced as liars. Those who exalt themselves will be abased, and those who abase themselves will be disdained. Let those who are great in awareness, consider themselves great, and those who are small in awareness, consider themselves small, and those who are in between, consider themselves in between. It is illogical and foolish, for people to consider others greater or smaller than they really are. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you deceivers, hypocrites and swindlers, who block the development of the people's spirits and abilities, with your lies and illogical concepts. You will not achieve advancement easily, and through your confused teachings, you deprive those who want to advance from doing so. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you deceivers, hypocrites and swindlers, who devour the homes of widows, and engage in long prayers, only for the sake of appearance. Because of these things, you will live in piercing darkness. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites, who travel across the land and sea, in order to win a fellow believer, and once they become a believer themselves, you turn them into unreasonable and irrational people, who indulge in twice as many illogical practices and concepts as you. Woe to you, you blind proponents of illogical and insane teachings, which say, if someone swears by the temple, the oath is not valid. However, if they swear by the gold of the temple, the oath is binding. You fools and ignorant people, you are the offspring of insanity. Why do you encourage the people to swear, knowing that an oath is not binding, and therefore, is a worthless act? Or you say, if someone swears by the altar, it is not valid. However, if they swear by the sacrificial offering, it is binding. You blind and mistaken teachers, who gave you the right to demand or take an oath, since the laws of creation state that oaths should not be taken at all. Your words should always be only yes, yes or no, no. Those who swear by anything on the earth, or by anything in the universe, swear by something fleeting. Therefore, an oath is always without permanence. Those who swear by creation or its laws, swear by something over which they have no power, therefore, such an oath is useless. Anyone who swears by anything, commits an offense against the truthfulness of their word, and because of this, they make themselves untrustworthy. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites who tithe mint, marrow, dill and caraway seeds, yet neglect the most important things in life, namely, wisdom and knowledge, regarding the existence of the Spirit within every man and woman, and the laws of creation. Woe to you, you ignorant leaders of a horde of blind, who say, this should be done, and that should not be done. You only spread a confused and illogical teaching, and ignore the laws of creation. You blind leaders, you are gnats that swallow camels, which you cannot digest. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites, who keep cups and bowls outwardly clean, yet inside, keep them full of rapaciousness and greed. You blind ones, you scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites and distorters of the truth, first clean what is inside the cup, then the outside will become pure on its own, and light up the world with its brilliance. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites, who are like whitewashed tombs, which appear beautiful on the outside, but inside are full of stench, bones and filth. On the outside you also appear logical and honest before the people, while inside you are full of hypocrisy, deceit and confusion. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites, who build monuments to the prophets, decorate their graves, and say, had we lived at the time of our forefathers and fathers, we would not have become guilty with them in the shedding of the prophets' blood. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you deceivers, hypocrites and swindlers, who secretly call upon the dead people of high and common standing. You have deceived yourselves by thinking that you are actually speaking with them, due to your own delusion. You should not talk with the dead, for even if you succeed, the departed would tell you only the confused thoughts they previously held during their lifetime. You are not yet great enough in wisdom and knowledge, to call upon the dead who have real understanding, and therefore, comprehend the truth. Through these acts, you bear witness against yourselves, proving that you are the children of those who have murdered the prophets, and who have greatly adulterated their teachings. You will fill up the measure of your forefathers and fathers, therefore, all of you will eventually die without any comprehension, and because of this, will have much difficulty learning until the distant future. You brood of snakes and vipers, how can you aspire to be great in wisdom and knowledge, when you lack the smallest bit of comprehension? All the blood that has been shed by your doing on the earth, will befall you, beginning with the first prophet your fathers and forefathers murdered, to the blood of Zacharias, the son of Barachias, whom you killed between the temple and the altar, as well as all the blood that will be shed in the future, due to your vast ignorance. You will become outcasts among the people on earth, you will then lose the land you took by force, regain it, and lose it again, well into the most distant future. Truly, I say to you, your lives will be a constant struggle full of war, and the people will smite you with their hostile thinking and enmity. You will find neither rest nor peace in the country stolen by your ancestors, by way of bloodshed, deceit and fire. You will always be haunted by the inherited burden of these murders, because your forefathers have assassinated the ancient inhabitants of this part of the earth, and deprived them of their freedom and material goods. Therefore, all of the blood will fall upon you, the blood which has been shed by your forefathers and yourselves, and which will still be shed by you, your progeny and their distant descendants into the faraway future. There will be a large amount of hatred against you in this world, and even the new age will bring you neither rest nor peace, until you retreat from the land you took by force, or until you make a conciliatory peace, create brotherly trust and unity with your enemies, and renounce your stolen rights. You brood of snakes and vipers, this will happen to you into the most distant future, however, not by accident. You will have a fortuitous chance in the coming new age, when the spiritual teachings regarding the laws of creation will again be disseminated. Therefore, you should seize this opportunity to rid the world's hatred against you, by means of an honest peace. Therefore, in the coming new age, pay close attention to the truth, which will truly be the spiritual teachings regarding the laws of creation. Be mindful when they are taught anew, for this will be a sign of the time, at which many things will change. The vast power of mighty tyrants will crumble, and everyone on earth will become logical in their thinking and actions. In the coming distant new age, embrace the renewed presentation of the teachings, regarding the spirit within each man and woman, and the laws of creation, which are valid for all times, and throughout all universes, so you may act according to logic, and there may exist tranquility and peace among you, and everyone else on earth. Truly, truly, I say to you, all of this will be fulfilled, and will come upon you and your people, long into the most distant future, just as I have said. Chapter 25. Emmanuel then walked out of the temple, and his disciples came up to him. And Emmanuel spoke to them, saying, Look at all this. Truly, I say to you, not one stone here will remain upon the other, without being broken. The Israelites trespass against life and the laws of creation, and they have built the city upon bloodshed. However, I also bring them the spiritual teachings of the truth, as I do for all the people on earth. The Israelites have ravaged this land through plunder and murder, they have killed their friends, with whom they had drunk wine, and have knowingly misled many people on earth, to become believers of an illogical religious faith, full of confusing concepts. Therefore, the Israelites betrayed their own friends by murdering them, due to their vast greed. However, it will be done to them the exact same, by the rightful owners of this land, whom they have deprived of freedom, and have subjugated since ancient times. When Emmanuel sat on the Mount of Olives, his disciples came up to him, and asked, Tell us, when will these things take place, and what will be the sign? Emmanuel answered, saying, 2,000 and more years will pass. Meanwhile, however, Israel will never find peace, for wars and many calamities will threaten the occupants of this land. Therefore, see to it that you are not led astray. That is, many deceivers and false prophets will come, saying, I am Emmanuel, and a sign of the time, and therefore, they will mislead many. People will hear about wars and threats of war, and they will witness this, yet, do not be frightened, for it must transpire. However, this time will not be the end of life on the planet Earth. Many people will rise up against their government, one nation against another, and there will be times of privation, earthquakes, immense storms, and floods all about. All of these events are just the beginning of the woes. Soon the knowledgeable people will be consigned to misery, and many will be murdered. They will be hated on account of the teachings regarding the spirit within each man and woman, and the laws of creation. Various religious cults will rise up against one another, and much blood will flow. Many will succumb to the confusion, and will betray and hate one another, for they will remain small in knowledge and comprehension. Real love will grow cold in many people, for a vast ignorance will gain the upper hand. Hatred will fill the earth, and confusion will reign. However, those who persist in the absolute logic found within the laws of creation, will flourish. This lesson will be taught in the new age everywhere on earth, as a logical description of reality for everyone. There will be horror and destruction in Jerusalem, of which the prophets have spoken. Anyone who is in the land seized by the Israelites, should flee to the mountains at that time. Those on their rooftops, should not climb down to get things from inside their houses. Those who are in their fields, should not go back to get their coats. Woe to the pregnant women and nursing mothers at that time, for they will suffer much grief and death, and there will be many of them. Soon after this, there will be a greater grief than has ever been before, and greater than anything that will ever be again on this planet. If these days were not cut short, everyone on the planet Earth would perish. However, the days will be cut short, for the sake of wisdom and knowledge, regarding the existence and infinite power of the Spirit within each man and woman, and the laws of creation. This will also be for the sake of the people, who do all they can for the truth, and who do everything possible to spread the laws of creation. However, there will be much howling and chattering of teeth, when this time is brought near, by the people's lack of comprehension, and by their endless greed. They will construct machines of metal for use in the air, on water and land, and will bring the threat of mutual destruction. From these machines of metal, heavy projectiles will be flung across the land upon cities of earth. Unquenchable fire will burst from these projectiles, and little will be spared. The basic elements of life and toxic air will be placed into the projectiles, and kindle deadly fires, in order to destroy large areas of land and life. If, at that time, the people were not to intervene, as once did the celestial sons, and bring a halt to the unrestrained madness and deadly conduct of demented dictators and nations, truly, I say to you, not a single man or woman would survive. Since the populations of the people on earth will consist of far more than 10 times 500 million people at that time, a complete birth stop must be put in place. This is what the laws of creation demand, for the people on earth have ignored them, and will continue to violate and disregard them far into the most distant future. If, at that time, someone will say, Behold, here is Emmanuel, who is the sign of the time. They should not accept it as the truth. For many will claim to be me, and therefore, many deceivers and false prophets will come forth, appearing to perform great signs and miracles, so as to lead astray not only the believers and errant ones, but also the scholars, truth-seekers and knowledgeable ones. Behold, I have told you this beforehand, and it will fulfill itself. Therefore, when the deceivers and those led astray say, He is in the desert, people should not venture there, and when they say, Behold, He is in a chamber, they should not believe it. I will certainly live at that time, however, I will be unrecognizable. This is a law of creation, for each man and woman reincarnates, due to the infinite nature of their spirit, which is a fragment of creation itself. As lighting flashes and illuminates everything from start to finish, I will truly live in the future time. However, at that time, I will have reincarnated into a new physical body, and will again be accused of deception and blasphemy across the entire planet Earth, until the spiritual teachings, regarding the laws of creation, bring about insight, and abolish the insane thoughts within the people on earth. People of all times beware, where the carcass is, the vultures gather, therefore, watch out for them. Soon after the misery of that faraway time, the sun and moon will begin to lose their luster, comets will fall from the sky, and the gravitational pull of the sun will begin to wane. The quality of the earth's air will be disturbed, and the land will dry up, due to vast amounts of black oil being ignited, and the unquenchable thirst for power within many of the people on earth. The sky will darken because of the smoke and fire, which will occur for more than 100 years, consequently, the weather will break down, severe cold and heat will come over the land, plants, and animals, and all this will be the result of senselessly unleashed forces, by those living in endless greed and lust for power. Then signs will appear in the sky, and everyone on earth will begin to wail, as they witness the immense power of nature and their dying star. The laws of creation are eternally valid, therefore, through the people's own irrationality, they will bring severe consequences upon themselves. The people on earth owe their gratitude to Pleos, who is the ruler over them, therefore, they should follow his directives, and respect him as a great king of wisdom. In years to come, he will send forth his people, who are called the guardian messengers. They will come to help the people on earth find the spiritual teachings, regarding the laws of creation, which will show everyone how to use logical wisdom and knowledge, in order to direct the unlimited power of their spirits. Learn a parable from the fig tree. When its branches grow leaves, you know that summer is nigh. So will it also be for the people of that time. When they witness all this, they can recognize that these events are upon them. Truly, truly, I say to you, this is how it will be. And that generation will not pass away, until all of this has happened. At some distant future time, the heavens and the earth will pass away, as will the entire universe, however, my words will not pass away, for they are words of the truth, regarding the laws of creation. Not a single man or woman on earth knows the day or hour, when all of this will take place, nor do the guardian messengers, Pleos himself, or even I, Emmanuel. Only natural processes through the laws of creation will determine this, which is the greatest wisdom and knowledge. Creation is far greater in wisdom, knowledge and power than any man or woman, therefore, it alone deserves the greatest honor and respect. If people respect and honor Pleos, and if above him they recognize, esteem and acknowledge creation, as the generator of a universe through the laws of nature, then they act logically, and in accordance with the truth. Chapter 26. Since the laws of creation are constantly in effect, they should always be observed and respected. Just as the laws of creation are the directives for the spirit within each man and woman, and for life, so the recommendations of Pleos are the directives for material regulations. In his great wisdom and knowledge, Pleos issued the directive to bring the people on earth the laws of creation, in order to serve as logical regulations for a peaceful life. Therefore, the laws of creation serve as a path, upon which people can walk in wisdom and logic, so as to become knowledgeable. As the laws of creation are to be obeyed, people must not bring forth any other laws. The laws of creation are derived from absolute logic, and should be followed, since they alone have lasting validity and correctness. When the people deviate from the laws of creation, they bring forth illogical and inadequate laws and statutes. These are based on confusing logic, and therefore, are extremely faulty. When the people are faint-hearted, their laws will be faint-hearted as well, therefore, they will resemble confused teachings, and will have many illogical concepts. When the people are presumptuous, and disregard the laws of creation, they are forced to bring forth their own laws, which are always inadequate, and therefore, lead everyone astray. The laws of the people on earth produce murder and all manner of violence, and when vast confusion and insanity spread, it gains the upper hand, and the lawmakers lose all control they once had through fear. Laws are valuable only when they are derived from nature, and therefore, are logical. However, logic requires knowledge and comprehension. The laws of the earth will be futile, unless they are founded upon the laws of creation, just as Plato's recommendations were founded upon them, as he issued them in his vast wisdom and knowledge. Truly, I say to you, the truth will be revealed by following the laws of creation, which the people on earth may recognize in nature. However, if the people on earth do not think logically, and seek diligently, they will not be able to attain knowledge, and therefore, will remain fools. The knowledgeable do not moan about lost things, the dead, or events of the past. Fools, however, cry over things not worth crying about, and because of this, they increase their grief, privation and misery. Those who have acquired sufficient knowledge, and live according to the laws of creation, permit not even the slightest harming to any living creature, when they are without fault. Only fools, who are not masters over their senses, mistake harm for benefit, benefit for harm, and great sorrow for joy. The people not dedicated to the truth, and therefore, not seeking knowledge, fail to recognize the laws of creation, thereby harboring foolishness and vice. The dishonest, ignorant, grumpy, greedy, unscrupulous, uncouth and the angry, will suffer great harm created by themselves, by being poor in understanding. When the people on earth incorporate daily, just a little wisdom and knowledge into their lives, they will grow like the waxing moon, during the first half of the lunar month. Knowledge is the greatest asset to anyone, as well as their free will, which is master over wisdom and knowledge. However, all of this is meaningless, without the knowledge regarding the infinite power of the Spirit, within each man and woman. A fool who idly rests and waits for fate, goes to ruin like an unfired pot in water. Those who take care of a cow, always receive milk. Likewise, those who nurture wisdom and knowledge, and apply it through the infinite power of their spirit, will bring forth a bountiful harvest. Recognize each law of creation as logical, and once you choose to adhere to them, and live accordingly, you will find peace, for the laws of creation are the greatest foundation of life. There is no light equal to comprehension, no darkness equal to ignorance, no power equal to the power of the Spirit within each man and woman, and no terror equal to complete ignorance. There is no higher peace obtained, than from a clear understanding of reality, and no better friend than knowledge. Those who use logic, may grasp my speech, and they will become wise and knowing. When Emmanuel had finished speaking, a man called Saul approached, and said, "You preach an interesting teaching, that has been strange to me from the beginning. It seems silly to me, and you appear confused." However, Emmanuel asked Saul, "How can you tell me, that I am confused, when it is clearly you who are confused, and lack comprehension? Truly, I say to you, although you persecute me and my disciples, due to your vast ignorance, you will eventually change your mind. From now on you will be called Paul, and will constantly travel in every direction, in order to make amends for having called the spiritual teachings illogical, and my mind confused. You will load great burdens upon yourself, for in your confusion, you will misinterpret the spiritual teachings, and will spread insane babble. Your speech will be illogical, and everyone throughout the world will become enslaved by it, and will follow your confused opinions. Just as you will bind the land of the Greeks to a religious cult with your illogical teachings, you will also call me the Anointed One in their language. It will be your fault, due to your own lack of comprehension, that they will call me Jesus Christ, which means the Anointed One. It will also be your fault, due to your own lack of logical thinking, that large amounts of blood will be shed in this appellation, so much blood, that it would not fit in all the existing containers on the earth of that distant time. You are still persecuting me and my disciples, due to your own ignorance. However, soon the time will come, when you will change your mind, when once more you face me, and presume I am a ghost. Truly, I say to you, like so many others, you will be greatly at fault for the spiritual teachings becoming adulterated, and because of this, many will establish various insane religious cults. You, however, will be the cornerstone of the confusion, by which I will be called Jesus Christ, and the Redeemer of a malicious religious cult." Emmanuel then became furious, seized a stick, and chased Paul away. Paul's thoughts were full of revenge, and he joined forces with Iscariot, son of the Pharisee, and they discussed how to seize Emmanuel, and hand him over to the court. Once Paul had departed, Emmanuel called together his disciples, and said to them, "You all know, that Passover comes in 2 days, when I will be turned over to the courts to be crucified. This has been determined this way by my own will, so I may continue to learn. My betrayer will be Iscariot, the son of Simeon, the Pharisee. He will betray me for 30 pieces of silver, for he has been misled by his father's greed. However, his joy over the pieces of silver will not last, for his mind is fickle and unstable, therefore, he will feel remorse soon after. Since Hypocrite is without courage, and has little knowledge, he will put a waistband around his neck, and hang himself from a branch. Truly, truly, I say to you, although Hypocrite's suicide appears appropriate, it is against the laws of creation. Although people have free will to exercise authority over themselves, they do not have the right to decide the time of their death. The intent within the laws of creation is for each man and woman to live their life to their final decline. In this way, they may perfect their spirit as much as possible. However, those who judge themselves through suicide, deviate from logic, and violate the laws of creation. Realize from this, that you should not determine the time of your own death. You should only exercise authority over the conduct of your lives, and not decide the time of your death. The laws of creation say, that no event or situation justifies suicide, and this includes suicide carried out by someone else, such as a hired murderer or mercy killer. Regardless of how much pain someone may incur, or how heavy their load or burden is, they have no right to determine their own death. Although Hypocrite incurs great remorse, he should not take his own life. Every pain and mistake is a pathway to comprehension, by which someone's spirit is perfected. However, if someone escapes from pain or a mistake by committing suicide, they flee from wisdom and knowledge, and must learn to comprehend in another life. Because of this, the process of perfecting their spirit is delayed, which is not in accordance with the laws of creation. Therefore, suicide is to be considered an act of deplorable cowardice, and callous irreverence toward the laws of creation. Chapter 27. After Emmanuel had finished speaking, the disciples became agitated, and asked, "Why do we not capture Hypocrite, and stone him to death, so he cannot betray you?" However, Emmanuel became angry, and said, "Do you not know, that the laws of creation say, you should not kill out of degeneration, and do you not remember, what I have prophesied to you, that I will be crucified, in order to gain a special insight? How dare you disrespect the fulfillment of this determination, for it is given and intended. Just as I walk on my path, so everyone will also walk on their own path. Truly, I say to you, if I did not follow my own path, how could I be in a position to fulfill my mission, which will lead me to India? Oh, you who lack wisdom and knowledge, I have certainly instructed you in the truth, and yet, you do not recognize it. How is it still inconceivable to you, that after my departure, the spiritual teachings will be greatly adulterated by you, and will spread out in all directions, as confused, illogical, and insane concepts and opinions? Because of what you will do, the world will resound with ignorance, and illogical thinking. Many among you will bear the blame, that the people on earth will not recognize the truth. However, I certainly have taught it to you. There will be great reverberations in the world, regarding your illogical concepts, which you will spread far and wide. Clearly, you have not understood the words of wisdom and knowledge, and therefore, have not recognized logic within the spiritual teachings. You are struck with blindness, like the legitimate people of this land, who are held in darkness and oppression by the Israelites. Just as the prophets had predicted for these people, for they have ignored the laws of creation, and like the Israelites, who have plundered this land, they dominated and oppressed its legitimate owners. I have fulfilled my mission among these people, however, due to the fault of the Israelites, and their illogical opinions, I have been unable to impart any reason to this population of people, as their thinking is irrational, due to confusing concepts. Therefore, I will leave, so the teachings of the Spirit within each man and woman, and the laws of creation, may also be brought to two other populations of people, in the north and the east. Just as the legitimate owners of this land, who are governed by the violent rule of the Israelites, exist under the guidance of Pleos, so also are the other two lineages under him. They are the people in the high northern land, where cold and ice reign on the highest mountains, and the people in the land of India, for Pleos is the master over these three populations of people. As a prophet, I have incarnated onto the planet Earth, from the realm of Arahat Atharsat-Ah. I was sent here upon Pleos' will, to instruct the three populations of people, with the newly conveyed teachings of the Spirit, within each man and woman, and the laws of creation. Therefore, I must walk on my path, as has been determined by Arahat Atharsat and myself, and requested by Plaos, since I also serve Plaos' will and his laws, as Plaos himself follows the laws of creation. When Emmanuel finished his talk, he departed for Bethany, and the house of Simon, the leper. While they were there, a woman walked up to Emmanuel, with a glass of precious water, and began pouring it on his head, as he sat at the table. When Emmanuel's disciples saw this, they became indignant, and said, "What is the benefit of this waste? This water could have been sold at a high price, and the proceeds given to the poor." However, when Emmanuel heard this, he scolded them, and asked, "Why do you upset this woman? She has done me a favorable thing, for she comprehends the truth, and in this way shows her gratitude, with nothing being too expensive for her. This woman has become knowledgeable, and lives according to the laws of creation, therefore, she thanks me with the precious water. Her gratitude will be lasting, and in the future, this deed will be known throughout the world. Truly, I say to you, even when my adulterated teachings are preached throughout the world, the people will remember what she has done. Just as she will be remembered for a long time, due to maliciously adulterated forms of the spiritual teachings, one of you will also be remembered for betraying me. While we are here together now, Iscariot, the son of the Pharisee, is in Jerusalem, where he is hatching a malicious plot against me, so that he may help turn me over to the chief priest. At this very moment, as we are gathered here, Iscariot is asking the scribes and Pharisees, for the blood money they are offering for my capture. 30 pieces of silver are being offered to him, if they capture me through his help. While they are forging this plan, they are also designing a plot against one of you, for they want to present a culprit to the people. As Iscariot, the son of the Pharisee, will turn me over to the henchman, my disciple Judas Iscariot will be considered the traitor, so the message to the people will be, these fools are divided among themselves, see how one betrays the other, therefore, how can the spiritual teachings from Emmanuel contain any truth? Since Iscariot, the son of the Pharisee, and my disciple, Judas Iscariot, have nearly identical names, the lie of the scribes and priests will be accepted from the very beginning. On the first day of the Passover, Emmanuel spoke to his disciples, saying, "Go forth into the city, to a good friend of mine named Aaron, and tell him, Emmanuel says to you, I want to have a last meal with my disciples at your house, for the feast of the Passover is near." The disciples quickly did as Emmanuel had instructed them, they prepared the meal together with Aaron and his wife, in their house. When they sat down and were eating, Emmanuel said, "The time is drawing near, when I must take a heavy burden upon myself. I am going along my own path, as it has been written by the prophets, therefore, I will only be near death, and will bear much pain, so you need not fear or worry about me. Truly, I say to you, from now until then, I will not drink the fruit of the vineyard, nor eat the grain of bread, until the day I drink and eat again with you, after my ordeal. It will be that, when I have risen from near death, I will have lain in the tomb for 3 days and nights." As they were eating, Emmanuel took a loaf of bread, broke it, and gave it to his disciples, saying, "Take this and eat, for the body requires nourishment, even in times of distress and grief." He then took a cup, gave it to them, and said, "Drink from this cup, all of you, for the throat becomes thirsty, even on a rainy and cold day. Truly, I say to you, a wise and knowledgeable man does not hunger and thirst, due to things that may happen. However, a fool hungers and thirsts, on account of their ignorance, and their dissent against things which may happen. Truly, I say to you, just as you do not comprehend my words now, and are even angry with me because of them, you will also be angry with me tonight, for your minds still have not been enlightened with comprehension. However, after I recover from near death, and appear to have risen from the dead, I shall walk with you in Galilee, so you may all witness the validity of my words. I have taught you wisdom and knowledge, and yet, you doubt me. O you who are faint-hearted and of little comprehension, how startled and confused you will be, when I meet you again after my near death." However, Peter answered Emmanuel, saying, "Even if they all were angry with you, I would never be angry." Emmanuel then said, "Truly, I say to you, you are one of the worst, for tonight, before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. However, Peter contradicted Emmanuel, saying, "This will never come to pass. Even if I were forced to die with you, I would never deny you." Likewise spoke all of Emmanuel's disciples, therefore, they failed to comprehend the truth. Chapter 28. Upon leaving the house of Aaron and his wife, in Jerusalem, Emmanuel went with his disciples, to a country estate called Gethsemane, which belonged to a man named Joshua, who thought well of Emmanuel. In the large garden of the country estate, Emmanuel said to his disciples, "Sit down here, while I go over there and ponder my thoughts." Emmanuel took with him Peter, and the two sons of Zebedee, and began to brood and be apprehensive, for Emmanuel was frightened about what would happen to him. Emmanuel then spoke to them, saying, "Truly, I am wise, and have great understanding, yet, I am afraid of the events before me, both the known and the unknown. However, this is normal, even when someone is knowledgeable. My mind is deathly grieved, therefore, remain here and watch with me, so I will not feel so alone." It is often easier to bear an adversity, with one or two other people at one side, rather than alone. If I wanted it, this cup would pass, however, not my wish, but my will be done, according to the determination, for this is what has been requested of me. After Emmanuel was finished speaking, Judas Iscariot said, "Over there things are taking place in the shadow of the city walls, where I have just noticed veiled lights." Emmanuel then said, "They are the henchmen Judas Iscariot is bringing, for he has secretly followed us here, in order to betray me." Emmanuel then walked away a short distance, prostrated himself, and reflected, saying, "If it is possible, may this cup pass, however, not my wish be done, but rather, may the determination be fulfilled, in order for the successful spreading of the spiritual teachings." When Emmanuel returned to his disciples, he found them sleeping, and asked Peter, "Can you not watch with me for 1 hour, so I am not left alone in this difficult time of mine? Be awake, and remain conscious, so you will not fall prey to folly, for your spirit within you is willing, however, your flesh is weak." A second time, Emmanuel walked away, prostrated himself, and said, "If it is not possible for the cup to pass, then I shall drink it, so I may be enlightened in the secret, and capable of fulfilling my mission in faraway lands." Upon returning, Emmanuel found his disciples sleeping again, and only Judas Iscariot remained awake with him. Leaving them once again, Emmanuel walked away, and prostrated himself a third time, brooded in bitterness, and said, "I am afraid, however, I know I must follow my path, which has been determined this way. How willing is my spirit, yet, how weak is my flesh, when it is so fearful of pain." Then Emmanuel's entire body began to tremble, and fine droplets of sweat mixed with blood flowed over him, for he was very fearful. With Emmanuel's face flushed, he returned to his disciples, and said to them, "Do you want to sleep and rest now, or do you want to watch with me? The time has now come, when I will be turned over to the hands of the henchmen. Therefore, arise and let us go, for the henchmen are coming." While Emmanuel was still speaking, there arrived Judas Iscariot, the son of the Pharisee. Judas Iscariot had brought with him a large group of soldiers and elders of the church, who were armed with swords and poles. Judas Iscariot had instructed them prior to this, by saying, "I will flatter and mislead him, into thinking I repent the sins of my life. As a sign of the false flattery, there shall be a kiss, whoever it is, he is the one. Seize him." Judas Iscariot stepped up to Emmanuel, and said, "I greet you, Master, and I will now follow your teachings, for you are allowing me to repent the sins of my life." Judas Iscariot then touched Emmanuel, giving him the kiss of betrayal. However, Emmanuel asked him, "My friend, why have you come here to lie to me, for betrayal burns in your mind and actions?" The soldiers approached Emmanuel, put their hands on him, and seized him. However, one of the soldiers from the group thought better, and had a quick change of mind. Feeling remorseful, he sided with Emmanuel. The soldier stretched out his hand, drew his sword, and struck a chief priest's servant, cutting off his ear. Emmanuel said to the soldier, "Put your sword back into its sheath, for anyone taking a weapon without being in danger, endangers himself. Or do you think I could not flee, before your group arrived? Truly, I could have fled, had I chosen to do so." The soldier turned away, and began to weep. He then fled, and was never heard from again. Emanuel then spoke to the soldiers, saying, "You came here with swords and poles, in order to capture me like a criminal. How easy it would have been for you, to capture me in the city, as I sat there in the temple teaching daily, yet, you did not seize me. You hypocrites, you are afraid of the people, therefore, you now come to me like thieves, to capture me in darkness, hidden from view. Truly, I say to you, darkness will become light, and everyone will speak of your deed, for which you will be denounced for all time." However, Simeon, the Pharisee, raised his voice, and said, "How foolish your talk is, and so full of lies. Why should we fear the people? You have taught the people falsely, despised our laws and called them lies, therefore, you must now suffer death. You thought we would not capture you, and bring you to trial, however, you were mistaken. One of your disciples is not of your mind, and has betrayed you for 30 pieces of silver, namely, Judas Iscariot." Emanuel then said to him, "Truly, I say to you, for a long time you will succeed in accusing Judas Iscariot, as the betrayer of me before the people. However, the truth will eventually come out, and will become known by everyone on the planet Earth, that my betrayer is not Judas Iscariot, but is your son, Judas Iscariot, who bears the last appellation of his father, the Pharisee." The Pharisee Simeon Iscariot became furious at what he heard, so he quickly walked up to Emanuel, and punched him very hard in the face with his fist, for Simeon Iscariot feared the accuracy of Emanuel's words. After this happened, the disciples became fearful and discouraged, so they turned away from Emanuel and fled. Those who had seized Emanuel, led him to Caiaphas, the high priest, where the scribes, Pharisees, and elders of the people, had gathered to condemn Emanuel. The chief priests and high counselors sought false testimony against Emanuel, so they could find a reason to murder him. Although many bribed false witnesses appeared, they were unable to find anything to accuse Emanuel with. Finally, 2 people stepped forward, saying, "He has claimed that Pleos is not creation, but simply a man like you and I. He has also said, that he was begotten by a guardian messenger of Pleos, who is called Gabriel." Caiaphas, the high priest, arose and asked Emanuel, "Will you not reply to what these 2 people say against you?" However, Emanuel remained silent, and smiled benignly, so the high priest said to him, "I adjure you by the living God, to tell us if you were begotten by the messenger Gabriel, who is a messenger of Pleos, as the scriptures attest." Emanuel then said, "It is as you say, however, I say to you, that Pleos is not creation, instead, he is the ruler over the 3 lineages of people, that were begotten on earth through his will. Pleos and his celestial sons, have come from the vastness of the universe, and have brought the people on earth wisdom and knowledge, therefore, he is the supreme ruler of these 3 populations of people. One of these lineages, are here in this country, which you have deprived of all freedom, and continuously subjugate. Another is in the east, as far as the land of India, and the third is in the north, from the land of the king with horns, all the way to the sea, where icy mountains drift in the water. There are 7 lineages of people, living in all directions of the wind, from one end of the earth to the other, and Pleos is lord over them also. However, they follow other rulers, who also are not from the planet Earth. If you consider Pleos to be creation, you are mistaken, and are confused regarding the truth. Just as you are a man, like I am, so Pleos is also, except his spirit and understanding is much more advanced than the lineages of people living on earth, that have been procreated by his ancestors. The celestial sons in Pleos are from other lineages of people, who have come from various star systems, out of the depths of space, in their great machines of metal. Creation is immeasurably more wise, knowledgeable and powerful than Pleos, and his celestial sons, who are also called the guardian messengers. Creation alone is the incalculable mystery, that everyone's consciousness is a fragment of, therefore, the infinite power of creation, is within every single man and woman, as their spirit. Recognize the reality of these concepts, so you may attain wisdom and knowledge. Caiaphas, the high priest, began to tear at his clothing, and spoke with rage, saying, "Emanuel has blasphemed God, the Creator. Why should we need further cause against him? you have now heard his blasphemy for yourselves. What punishment do you think he deserves?" They answered him, saying, "Emmanuel deserves death." So they started beating Emmanuel with their fists, and spat in his face. Some of them struck him from behind, and said, "Prophesy, you great king of wisdom, son of the guardian messenger, who is it that is beating you?" Peter had followed Emmanuel, and the group, and hid among the people, looking through the doors and windows. Therefore, Peter saw what was being done to Emmanuel. Then a maid approached Peter, and asked, "Are you one of the disciples of this Emmanuel from Galilee?" When the maid asked Peter this, he denied it, and said, "What kind of nonsense do you accuse me of? I do not know what you are talking about." However, because of the maid's question, Peter became afraid, and wanted to escape from there, for he feared his life was in jeopardy. As Peter started walking away, another woman saw him, and shouted, "This man was together with a blasphemer from Nazareth." However, Peter lied a second time, raised his hand, as if to swear an oath, and said, "Truly, I do not know that confused man." When Peter began to leave again, those who had been standing there, walked up to him, and asked, "Are you one of those who follow this Emmanuel? You are giving yourself away, through your manner and speech." Peter then began to shout, and said, "I do not know this crazy man, or his blasphemous teachings." However, soon after this, a rooster crowed 3 times, and Peter thought of Emmanuel's words, and he quickly ran away from there, and began to weep bitterly. Chapter 29. Iscariot, the betrayer of Emmanuel, was among the counselors, who wanted to capture and kill Emmanuel. However, when Iscariot saw what appalling torture Emmanuel was undergoing, and that his face was bruised and bloody, he felt very remorseful. Suddenly, great distress and misery was deep within him. At odds with himself, Iscariot took his money-bag, and tossed it before the priests and council elders, and said, "I have done a terrible thing to this man, because I was thinking only of silver, goods and wealth. I regret that I have betrayed innocent blood, because his teachings do not seem malicious to me." However, the chief priest and elders replied, "Of what concern is this to us? It is up to you to decide what you should do, in order to live in peace with yourself." Iscariot then began to weep, and quickly fled from there, and soon after this, he hung himself from a tree branch, in the field of a potter, just beyond the city walls. However, the priests took the pieces of silver, and said, "We should not put this into the collection box, because it is blood money, therefore, what should we do with it?" One of the sons of the elders came forth, and said, "I have followed Iscariot, and he has hung himself from a tree branch, in the field of a potter." Then Caiaphas, the high priest said, "Give these pieces of silver to the potter, in order to buy his field with it, and we will use it for the burial of strangers." At dawn the following day, the business matter was settled, and Iscariot, the betrayer of Emmanuel, was the first to be buried in the field. However, the priests and elders of the council spread the news among the people, that Judas Iscariot, a trusted disciple of Emmanuel, had hung himself, and was quickly buried in the field. The people believed this malicious lie, saying, "He betrayed his friend for 30 pieces of silver, therefore, it serves Judas Iscariot right, that he has hung himself." Judas Iscariot has taken a blood guilt upon himself, so from now on, the field of the potter should be known as the field of blood. Emmanuel, however, was brought before Pilate, the governor, who asked him, "Are you Emmanuel, whom they call, the one with spiritual knowledge?" Emmanuel replied, saying, "It is as you say, for this is what my appellation actually means." Pilate then asked, "Is it also true, that you were begotten by the guardian messenger Gabriel, who is a guardian messenger of Pleos?" And Emmanuel said, "It is as you say." Pilate inquired once again, saying, "Let us hear your knowledge, for your teachings are new to me." Emmanuel spoke, saying, "Behold, eons ago, I came from another world, in order to fulfill a difficult task, and now I have been begotten by a celestial Son, in order to be a prophet in this life. This came to pass according to the will of Pleos, the ruler over 3 lineages of people on earth. Through Pleos' will, I have added to my knowledge in this incarnation, by gaining great insight, and learning many things, which has been imparted to me by the celestial sons, over a period of 40 days and nights. Furthermore, I have traveled extensively to faraway places, and have lived for many years in the land of India. There I was taught extensive knowledge, and many secrets by the great, wise and knowledgeable men, who are known as masters. When I have fulfilled my mission here, I will return to the land of India, with Thomas, my brother, who is also a loyal disciple of mine. When they heard Emmanuel's speech, the elders and priests of the church became very agitated, and began shouting at Pilate, saying, "Do you hear his blasphemy?" Pilate then asked Emmanuel, "Do you hear how harshly they accuse you? Why do you not defend yourself?" Emmanuel answered Pilate, saying, "I will carry my burden, for it has been determined this way. However, it is also true, that many do oppose me, therefore, they will testify against me, and because of this, I will not find fairness in my current life, however, I will surely find it in subsequent incarnations of the distant future. Truly, I say to you, many dogs will kill a hare, regardless of how many turns it makes. It is also customary among the people on earth, that the most honest men and women cannot find fairness, because it does not matter whether many or few testify against them, as long as they are highly regarded. Equality rules only in the laws of nature, for they are the laws of creation. However, among the people on earth, there is little fairness, for it is often decided according to their social status and wealth. Therefore, I ask you, how could I expect equality by these standards?" Pilate then said, "Judging from the way you speak, you are very wise, and I see no fault in you. I question what you have just said, however, in this too I see no fault, for everyone should find peace, according to their own understanding. However, since you have nothing to say, in regards to your innocence, that could counter the accusations of the chief priest and elders of the church, I see no hope for you, for their will is my command, to which I must agree." However, Emmanuel did not answer, which surprised the governor very much. Customarily, at the time of the Passover feast, the governor released to the people any prisoner they demanded, except those convicted of murder. He currently held a special prisoner, who was called Barabbas. When the people were gathered, Pilate asked them, "Which one do you want me to release, Barabbas, the criminal, or Emmanuel, who is said to be the one with spiritual knowledge, and a son of the guardian messenger Gabriel?" However, Pilate was well aware that the scribes and Pharisees had bribed the people, by giving them copper, gold and silver, so they would plead for the release of Barabbas, and for the death of Emmanuel. Pilate also knew that the chief priests and elders of the church had turned Emmanuel over out of envy and hatred, because his teachings appealed to the people. Pilate's wife had implored him, by saying, "Have nothing to do with this innocent man, for today I have suffered greatly in my dreams, and I believe his teachings are logical." Therefore, Pilate was favorably inclined toward Emmanuel. However, among the people, there was much screaming, so Pilate asked them once again, "Which one should I release to you?" Slowly the screaming stopped, and the governor raised his voice a third time, asking, "Which one of these two should I release?" And the people screamed, "Release Barabbas." Pilate then asked them, "So it shall be, however, what should be done with Emmanuel, the one with spiritual knowledge?" And the people shouted, "Crucify him! Have him crucified!" However, the governor was not willing, and asked them very angrily, "What wrong has Emmanuel done, that makes you want him to be crucified? Emmanuel has only taught new concepts, and for this he should suffer death? Where then is the freedom of speech, thought and opinion?" However, the people began to shout even louder, "Have him crucified! Have him crucified!" When Pilate realized there was great unrest and turmoil, and that he could do nothing against the will of the people, who had been bribed, Pilate took a pitcher of water, and washed his hands before them, saying, "You decide what should be done to him. Emmanuel is the prisoner of the elders and chief priest, therefore, let them condemn him, for I will have nothing to do with this honest man. I am innocent of doing anything to Emmanuel, therefore, I wash my hands before you all in innocence." However, the people knelt about, shouting, "Crucify him! Crucify him!" Pilate then handed Emmanuel over to the chief priest and elders, while releasing Barabbas to the people. the chief priests and elders of the church, then had Emanuel whipped, and sent him off to be crucified. The people screamed, shouted and cursed at Emanuel. However, the chief priests and elders indulged themselves in self-praise, and were in a very good mood, for their intrigue had been successful. Chapter 30. The governor's soldiers agreed with the chief priests and the elders, and dragging Emanuel with them into the courthouse, they brought the entire crowd of people in with him. They undressed Emanuel, and put a purple mantle around his shoulders. They made a wreath of thorns, placed it on Emanuel's head, put a reed into his right hand, and bending their knees before him, they said, "We greet you, great King of wisdom." They spat on him, took the reed from his hand, and began to beat him on the head with it, until thick blood rained down Emanuel's face. When Emanuel was very bruised and bleeding badly, Caiaphas, the high priest, asked, "How are you doing now, great King of wisdom?" However, Emanuel was quiet, and did not say anything. They hit Emanuel on the head once more, and he moaned in pain, and began to speak, saying, "Indeed it is true, that I am a king of wisdom, as it has been written by the prophets. Truly, I say to you, just as you beat and mock me, you will be beaten and mocked, by those whom you, since ancient times, have enslaved, and whose land you and your forefathers have plundered. The time will also come, in approximately 5 times 100 years, when you will suffer greatly, when the legitimate owners of this land, whom you have enslaved and deprived of freedom, will begin to rise up against you. Well into the most distant future a new man will appear in this land, as a prophet, and he will rightfully condemn and persecute you. This man will establish a new religion, specifically for the forceful preservation of the spiritual teachings, and will be recognized by many people as a prophet, and because of this, he will be persecuted and hated for all times. However, according to your claims, he will be a false prophet, just as you maliciously claim of me. He will bring you new teachings, that will be confusing to you. However, he will be an honest man, and will have great power. He will be known as Muhammad, and this appellation will gain the meaning of horror, misery and death to you. Truly, truly I say, this appellation will be written for you in blood, and because of your vile offenses, the hatred against you will be great. In this way, he will be a prophet, although you will claim he is not, and he will bring you teachings, that will be confusing and unintelligible to you. His emerging religion will eventually end, when Asin and your followers lay the foundation for a bloody conclusion, and his teachings, too, will be greatly adulterated, and will result in an illogical and confused religious cult. As Emanuel spoke in this manner, the chief priest and members of the council of elders seethed with rage, and began to beat him so harshly, that Emanuel collapsed to the floor. Once they had finished beating and mocking Emanuel, they took off the mantle, put on him only his undergarments, and led him away to be crucified. Upon Emanuel's right shoulder, they placed a heavy wooden cross, so he would have to carry this great burden, to the place of his own death. However, the cross was too heavy, and Emanuel groaned under its weight. His blood also combined with his sweat, making a vile mixture. Emanuel collapsed under the heavy cross, for he was completely exhausted. However, when a stranger came along, known as Asin of Syria, they compelled him to help Emanuel carry the heavy wooden cross. Soon they arrived, at the place called Golgotha. Emanuel's path there was very difficult, for he was being beaten, reviled and mocked. They gave Emanuel wine, mixed with the bile of animals to drink. However, when Emanuel tasted it, he did not want to drink it, so they again began to beat him, in order to force him to drink it. They forced Emanuel to lay on the wooden cross, while continuing to beat him, and nailed his hands and feet onto the boards. This was done for the first time, contrary to custom, for until then, the crucified were always tied to the cross. After they had nailed Emanuel to the cross, and erected it, they divided his clothing among themselves, by casting lots. They sat around and guarded Emanuel, to prevent anyone coming to take him off the cross. 2 murderers were also crucified next to Emanuel, one on his right, and one on his left, therefore, he was between them. Those all around Emanuel, defamed, mocked and ridiculed him. They shouted, "If you are the King of wisdom, help yourself. If you are the son of a guardian messenger, and you possess great power, come down from the cross." The scribes, Pharisees, priests and elders of the church, also mocked Emmanuel, saying, "You helped others, yet, you cannot help yourself. If you are the King of wisdom, come down from the cross, and help yourself. If you come down, we will believe in you and your teachings." Emmanuel has great wisdom and knowledge, and is the son of the guardian messenger Gabriel. Therefore, let his wisdom, knowledge, or the guardian messenger Gabriel, save him now, if they are so powerful. Similarly, the murderers who were being crucified, to Emmanuel's right and left, also mocked and reviled him. The sky began to cloud over, the sun became hidden, and a great storm spread across the land, which was rare at this time of year, but happened now and then. The fierce storm raged for 3 hours, before the sun again was visible in the sky. At this time, Emmanuel cried out, "I am thirsty, give me something to drink." Right away, one of the scribes ran and got a sponge, soaked it in vinegar, and stuck it on a lance, for Emmanuel to drink. However, when the others saw this, they scolded the scribe, saying, "Stop! Do not give him anything to drink. Let us see how long he will bear this pain." Suddenly, a powerful thunderclap broke up the storm, which made the entire land tremble, and caused the ground to shake. During the tremendous thunder, Emmanuel again cried out, however, the people did not understand him, because his speech was greatly slurred. Then Emmanuel's head fell forward, and he slipped into a state of near death, while everyone thought he was dead. Soon after this, a soldier took his lance, and stabbed Emmanuel in the loin, to ensure he was in fact dead. Blood mixed with water flowed from the wound, as is the case when someone is dead, or in a near-death state. Therefore, the soldier thought Emmanuel was dead, so he informed the others. They were all astonished, for it was unusual, that the crucified died so quickly. However, since the soldier had informed them, they believed him, and quickly departed. Among them were also many people, who had been watching from a distance, for they were followers of Emmanuel, and had listened to his teachings, while also following him everywhere he went. Among them, were Emmanuel's mother Mary, Mary Magdalene and others. Once the people had departed, they quickly went to Emmanuel, knelt before the wooden cross, and wept bitterly, for they too thought he was dead. Also among them, was a man called Joseph, who was also a follower of Emmanuel. After a short while, Joseph noticed Emmanuel was not actually dead, however, he did not inform anyone. Joseph quickly went into the city of Jerusalem, and spoke to Pilate, asking him for the body of Emmanuel, so he could place it in a tomb. Pilate immediately ordered that Emmanuel should be given to Joseph. Many people walked with him, and they helped remove Emmanuel from the cross, and Joseph carefully wrapped his body in pure linen. Joseph, and those who were with him, carried Emmanuel, and placed him outside the city, into Joseph's private tomb, which he had arranged to be cut into the rock, for his own future burial. Joseph had a large stone rolled, in order to cover the entrance of the tomb, and quickly went to obtain medicine, to help take care of Emmanuel. The front entrance of the tomb was to be guarded by several soldiers, as well as Emmanuel's mother, to ensure people would not go in, and steal Emmanuel's body. However, Joseph sought out Emmanuel's friends from India, and returned with them to the tomb. They entered through a second secret entrance, which was unknown, and for 3 days and nights, they nursed Emmanuel, until he was in better health, and had regained most of his strength. The tomb was being guarded on the other side by the soldiers, because the scribes and Pharisees had gone to Pilate, and said, "Sir, we have considered, that when this crazy man was still alive, he said to the people, 'I will return after 3 days and nights, for I will only be in a state of near death.' However, since it has been established by a soldier, that Emmanuel really was dead, his tomb should be guarded, so the people cannot come and steal his body, saying, 'Behold, Emmanuel was in a state of near death after all.' Therefore, command the tomb is guarded, up until the 3rd day, so the last deception is not better than the first." Pilate then said to them, "Take these soldiers as guards, and have them watch tomb." They immediately departed, and began guarding the tomb, while also securing the large stone covering the entrance, with a seal of wax. However, They did not know the secret of the tomb, namely, that it had 2 ways in and out. Therefore, Emmanuel's helpers could freely go to him, and apply healing salves and herbs, without being detected, and on the 3rd day, Emmanuel was once again strong enough to walk. Chapter 31. When dawn broke, on the 1st day of the week after Passover, the 3 days and nights had passed, following which, Emmanuel would appear, after being in a state of near death, as he had foretold. And behold, a great thundering arose in the air, and a radiant light came from the sky, and settled on the ground, not far from the tomb. A celestial son stepped forth, from within the metallic spaceship, and his appearance was like lightning, while his garment was as white as snow. He walked to the tomb, and the soldiers, full of fear, moved out of his way. The celestial son lifted his hand, and from it, a bright bolt of lightning sprang forth, and struck the soldiers, one after the other. They immediately fell to the ground, and did not stir for a long time. The guardian messenger walked up to the tomb, rolled the stone away from the door, and said to Mary, the mother of Emmanuel, and to Mary Magdalene, who were both there, "Do not be afraid, for I know you seek Emmanuel, the one who has been crucified. Emmanuel is not here, for he is alive, just as he has foretold. Come here and see the place where Emmanuel has lain. Go quickly, and tell Emmanuel's disciples that he has recovered from near death. Also tell them, he will walk before you in Galilee, therefore, you will see him. Behold, I have informed you." However, Mary asked, "He was dead and lay here, therefore, how can he then rise?" The celestial son answered them, saying, "Why do you seek a live man among the dead? Go now and spread the news among Emmanuel's disciples, however, do not tell anyone else." The guardian messenger stepped into the metallic spaceship, and disappeared into it, and a great thundering came forth, as it rose into the air, shooting straight into the sky. Emmanuel's mother and Mary Magdalene quickly departed, leaving the empty tomb. However, the soldiers soon recovered from their paralysis, and were greatly astonished. They immediately went into the city of Jerusalem, in order to spread the news of what had happened. Secretly, they met with the chief priest and elders of the church, in order to decide what to tell the people. The chief priest and elders gave sufficient money to the soldiers, and said, "Say to the people, that Emmanuel's disciples came at night, while we were sleeping, and stole his body." The soldiers took the money, and did as they had been instructed. However, Mary and Mary Magdalene went and did as they had been instructed, by the celestial Son. And behold, again a guardian messenger met them on their way, and said, "Remember what you have been instructed to do, be careful, and do not tell the people." Mary Magdalene approached the celestial Son, who wore a brilliant white garment, and she motioned to grasp his hand. However, the celestial Son quickly stepped back from her, saying, "Do not touch me, for I am a man of a different planet, and my garment is a protection against the earth's harsh atmosphere. If you touch me, you will instantly die, by being immediately consumed by fire. Therefore, step back from me, and be on your way, as you have been instructed." So they quickly departed, and soon met Peter with another disciple, and told them what had taken place. Peter and the other disciple went to the tomb, with the other disciple arriving there first. He looked inside the tomb, and saw the linen bandages lying neatly on the ground. However, he did not enter. When Peter arrived, he quickly entered the tomb, and intently studied everything. The bandages had been carefully folded, and neatly placed on the ground. A sweat cloth, which had surely covered Emmanuel's head, had been placed on a particular spot, together with many salve, herbs and clay figurines, of peculiar appearance, the likes of which Peter had never seen before, for they were foreign to him. In the evening of the same day, the disciples gathered in the room, where they had eaten their last meal with Emmanuel, before the Passover. They were in the room, talking to each other, regarding what had happened earlier that day, when suddenly, the door opened, and a man entered, whom they did not recognize. They were afraid that he could be one of the henchmen, who wanted to capture them. However, the stranger said, "Peace be with you." He removed the cloth from his face, and they immediately recognized him as Emmanuel. After Emmanuel had spoken, he showed them his hands, loin and feet, and when they saw his wounds, they were happy to see that he was alive and well. However, Thomas believed Emmanuel to be merely a ghost, therefore, he said, "If I could touch your wounds, I would know you are not a ghost." And Emmanuel said to him, "Reach out, and gently place your hands on my wounds, in order for you to recognize the facts." Thomas immediately did, as Emmanuel had said, and gently touching Emmanuel's wounds, he replied, "Truly, it is you." Then Emmanuel departed, saying, "Guard the secret of my return, so it will not be commonly known, that I am alive and well." The next day, the disciples set out for Galilee, in order to spread the joyful news among Emmanuel's supporters. As other followers went along, a traveler joined them, and for part of the way, walked with them. They were very sad, and talked about Emmanuel being forced to die on the cross. The traveler, a stranger to them, asked, "Why are you mourning?" However, the traveler spoke again, saying, "How little knowledge you have." Emmanuel said he would recover from near death, after 3 days and nights. Just as he said, it has happened. After the traveler said this, he removed the cloth from his face, and they immediately recognized him as Emmanuel. However, he said nothing more, and again covering his face, he quickly withdrew, and was not seen for a long time. Long after Emmanuel had disappeared, it came to pass that the disciples were fishing on the Sea of Tiberias. However, they caught nothing the entire night, therefore, by daybreak, they were exasperated. When they approached the shore, there stood a stranger, who asked, "Have you nothing to eat? For I am hungry." They answered him, saying, "No, we have not caught one fish in our nets." The stranger then said, "Throw the net out, on the right side of the boat, and you will have a large catch." The disciples were surprised by what the stranger said, however, they cast the net, and behold, they struggled to pull it in, due to the great quantity of fish. They soon came ashore, and prepared a great meal, for like the stranger, they too were hungry. However, when the stranger uncovered his face, they saw it was Emmanuel. While they were eating and enjoying themselves, Emmanuel said to them, "Go to Galilee, to such and such mountain, there I will join you, for our time together has ended for today, and we must go our separate ways." Chapter 32. They soon traveled to the mountain, to which Emmanuel had directed his disciples. When they were gathered there, Emmanuel spoke to them, saying, "I will now speak to you one last time, then I will leave, and never return. My path leads me to the land of India, where many people from this lineage also dwell, for they have left this country, in order to live there. My mission leads me to them, and to other populations, that live there also. My path will be long, for I have not yet spread the spiritual teachings to many countries, and therefore, from the shores of the great black waters, to the north of here. However, before I leave you, I will give you one more lesson, regarding the spirit within each man and woman, and the concept of creation. If people live according to the laws of creation, they live correctly, however, the ultimate goal of life should be this. Everything illogical within the people on earth, should be destroyed, and therefore, everything of creation within them, should rise and embrace reality. Consider a universe, as the place where creation exists without duration, as individual spirits of people. Everything people have, has its origin from within a universe, therefore, everything is a part of creation. Every man and woman, will eventually transform their lives in a spiritual manner, thereby perfecting themselves, and realizing their oneness with creation. Everything the people on earth do, they should do with the awareness of creation's presence, and the fact that their spirit is a fragment of creation itself. However, someone should not attempt to force the truth onto someone else, for it would then be worth merely half its value. The people on earth should first tend to their own progress in consciousness, and gain comprehension, so as to produce natural harmony within themselves. No greater darkness rules, within the people on earth, than ignorance, and a lack of wisdom and knowledge. Greatness of private victory requires uprooting and destroying all negative influences, which oppose balance and harmony, and to enable that which is constant and unchanging, to prevail. Every man and woman should develop within themselves the power to control their thoughts and actions, and to logically perceive all things, so they may be wise and knowledgeable, and become a man or woman, who dedicates themselves to following, and spreading the laws of creation. It is necessary, to be able to discern what is real, what is unreal, what is valuable, what is worthless, what is of creation and what is not. Everyone will grow, and perfect themselves, and realize they are a cosmic unity with creation. Conform your lives to follow logic, by living according to the laws of nature, then you will also live, according to the laws of creation. Regardless of how much the people on earth may suffer, the infinite power of their spirit, which is a fragment of creation itself, is immeasurably great, and has the ability to conquer every illness and hardship. When the people on earth live as merely physical men and women, they are inaccessibly remote from their spirit, which is a fragment of creation itself, and therefore, is infinite in its ability and power. The greater their dedication to the laws of creation, the deeper will become the peace within them. The people on earth naturally enjoy seeking and finding the truth, gathering knowledge, gaining wisdom, and therefore, learning to think and act in accordance with the laws of creation. Only through the circumstances of daily life may the people on earth develop and utilize their unlimited powers of consciousness, and therefore, the unimaginably infinite power of their spirit. The people on earth gain experience in the use of their spiritual capabilities only by practicing every day to unlock them. As long as the people on earth do not realize the existence of their spirit, which is a fragment of creation itself, they will never be able to rise above death or near death, since the fear of the unknown is within them. Only when they are able to fully recognize the perfection and unity of all reality, may they slowly begin to acquire peace and recognition. Instead of following instinctive and impulsive urges, the people on earth should live by their knowledge and comprehension, so as to live wisely, and according to the laws of creation. They should not lose their way in the thicket of limitations, but should always expand the use of their logic, and seek to find wisdom and knowledge, in order for their personality to grow from their experiences. Through these things, they will come closer to their life's goal, and obtain comprehension of the truth. Thousands of lights will guide the people on earth along their path, provided they pay adequate attention to them. The people on earth will attain wisdom and knowledge, provided they seriously strive for the relative perfection of their spirit. The laws of creation will help those who are prepared to seek the truth in unlimited measure, and who desire to learn wisdom and knowledge from them. In mastering all possible orientations within themselves, the people on earth will develop their spiritual powers to ever higher levels. As a result, they will relatively perfect themselves, and will be able to realize they are one with creation, for each man and woman is a fragment of creation itself. The people on earth should not dwell upon their physical misery, but upon the existence of their spirit, and the reality of creation. A continual restlessness exists within the people on earth, for they have the feeling that comprehension of the truth is their ultimate goal in life. Anyone may be great, wise and knowledgeable, however, this is not sufficient, for they may always become greater, wiser and more knowledgeable. There are no limits to love, peace and joy, for the present state is always to be exceeded. Truly, I say to you, a love that is unlimited, constant and unfailing, is unconditional. Such a love is creation's love, which may be found within the laws of creation, to which the people on earth have been working towards since the beginning of their physical existence. This is the ultimate goal of the people on earth, therefore, they should take steps to guarantee this will ensue. However, as of yet, the people on earth do not comprehend this information, and therefore, it is in the process of being greatly adulterated. In their vast ignorance, many people are knowingly and unknowingly falsifying the spiritual teachings in many ways, thereby making them diffused and unintelligible. However, in approximately 2 times 1,000 years, they will be taught anew, without adulterations, when the people on earth have become sensible and logical in their thinking, and a new age will bring great upheavals. It may appear that the people of the new age will be great revolutionaries, however, only a few people will proclaim the spiritual teachings, and spread them unadulterated, with great courage. Therefore, all of you should go and prepare the way for the truth, thereby making everyone disciples of the spiritual teachings. However, beware of illogical concepts and opinions, which you will undoubtedly allow to arise, due to your own lack of understanding, for some of you are inclined this way. Teach them to learn the laws of creation, which I have told you, so you do not cause further adulteration of the spiritual teachings. And it came to pass, that while Emmanuel was speaking to his disciples, a thundering came from the sky, and a great metallic spaceship descended. The spaceship settled on the ground, not far from them, and glittered like metal in the sunlight. Emmanuel spoke no more, quickly walked to the metallic spaceship, and entered it. Immediately, a haze arose all around it, and once again, a loud thundering began, and the spaceship ascended into the sky. Emmanuel's disciples returned to Jerusalem in secret, and made known these events, only among their close friends and family. Chapter 33. Emmanuel was set down by the metallic spaceship, in Syria, where he lived for 2 years in Damascus, without being recognized. About this time, Emmanuel sent a messenger to Galilee, in order to seek out his brother, Thomas, and his disciple, Judas Iscariot. However, 2 months passed, before only Judas Iscariot joined Emmanuel, bringing him bad news. Judas Iscariot spoke, saying, "Some of your disciples have greatly adulterated the spiritual teachings, and they insult you, by calling you the Son of God, and calling Plato's creation. The chief priest and elders persecute your followers, having them stoned to death, if they are caught. However, Thomas, your brother, and a loyal disciple, has departed with a caravan, for the land of India. A great enemy of the spiritual teachings has appeared. A man called Paul. Paul has been fuming with rage, while making death threats to your disciples, and also to anyone who follows and spreads the spiritual teachings. Paul is having letters written to many churches, whereby, if any followers of the spiritual teachings are found, they are to be bound, and taken to Jerusalem, in order to be stoned to death. No distinction is being made between men, women and children. They are all being found guilty, and condemned to die." However, Emmanuel said, "Do not be afraid, the time will soon come, when Paul will receive a lesson, regarding his illogical thinking. Paul is already on the road to Damascus, following you here now, in order to lead you back to Jerusalem in shackles. However, I will confront him, before he reaches Damascus, and since he believes I am dead, he will think I am a ghost." Emmanuel then set out, to see a friend who was helpful, in regards to secret things, which involved powders, salves and liquids, that smelled rotten. When Emmanuel was well supplied with these things, he departed, leaving the city, by way of the road to Galilee. A day's trip from Damascus, Emmanuel waited for 2 days in some rocks, preparing a concoction. During the night, Emmanuel saw a large group of armed men drawing near, and among them was Paul, the persecutor of Emmanuel's disciples. When they were near, Emmanuel lit a fire, and tossed his concoction into it, producing a powerfully bright light, which blinded the group. Emmanuel continued stoking the flaring concoction, so that powerful flashes of light, stars and fireballs, shot high into the sky, and fell from it. All of this was accompanied by loud thundering booms, and hissing noises, as if from a gigantic dragon or serpent. The thundering and booms subsided, as did the hissing, blinding flashes, and multicolored fires. However, stinging smoke continued to cover the land, causing the group to cough and shed tears. And Emmanuel called out, asking, "Paul, Paul, why do you persecute my disciples?" However, Paul was afraid, and fell to the ground, crying out, "Who are you, who speaks to me like this?" Emmanuel answered him, saying, "I am Emmanuel, whom you persecute, along with my disciples, due to your vast ignorance and hatred. Get up, and go into the city, and allow yourself to be taught the laws of creation." Paul was very afraid, saying, "You are the one who has been crucified, therefore, you are dead, and must be speaking to me as a ghost." However, Emmanuel did not answer him, because he had already left for Damascus. The men who were with Paul stood completely still, petrified with fear, for they also believed that they had heard a ghost. Paul eventually got up from the ground, and opened his eyes. However, he saw nothing, because his eyes had been damaged, for he stared directly into the bright light that Emmanuel had generated. Paul's companions led him by the hand to Damascus, and for 3 days, he ate and drank nothing. However, one of Emmanuel's disciples came to Paul, and attempted to teach him the laws of creation, and gradually he accepted them. However, due to the events by the rocks, Paul's mind remained confused, therefore, he misunderstood much, and spoke incoherently. Greatly confused, Paul went away, spreading incoherent nonsense to the people. However, Emmanuel remained in Damascus another 30 days, and made it known that he would be leaving the country, and traveling to the land of India. Emmanuel's mother, Mary, traveled from Nazareth, setting out on the road to the land of India, with Emmanuel, his brother Thomas, and Judas Iscariot. Emmanuel began to teach again, talking to many people, wherever he encountered them along the way, and in any settlement they came to. There was a new strength within Emmanuel, and therefore, he spoke with greater power than before. Chapter 34. Emmanuel spoke powerfully, saying, Behold, creation is greater than every man and woman, greater than Pleios, and everything within a universe. Creation appears to be perfect, according to the standards of the people on earth, however, this simply is not so. Creation is pure spirit, and therefore, consciousness itself, and even creation forever strives for relative perfection. However, because it is one within itself, it may only perfect itself by way of living within a universe that it generates through new spirits, which dwell within physical bodies, as people. The people then evolve towards relative perfection of themselves, through their learning, during their lives on a planet. Every single newly generated spirit, of a man or woman, is a fragment of creation itself, however, everyone starts out completely unknowing, down to the last iota. When a new spirit, of a man or woman, is generated, which is still unknowing in every way, it attaches itself to a new physical body, in order to begin learning, through its own experiences. The people on earth may consider an unknowing man or woman to be retarded, or say they are confused. However, they are merely ignorant, and therefore, lack wisdom and knowledge. Each spirit, of a man or woman, lives within a physical body, in order to gain wisdom and knowledge. And when their physical body dies, they are no longer as unknowing as they were at the time of their beginning. Each spirit forcefully reincarnates into a new physical body, on the same planet upon which they have died, and live again as a man or woman. However, they are not quite as unknowing as the time of their beginning. Again they live and learn, gathering further wisdom and knowledge, and increasingly escape from ignorance. Therefore, after many reincarnations, the time eventually comes when others say they are normal, and not mentally handicapped or retarded. However, this is neither the end, nor their ultimate goal, for having become knowing, they should now seek greater wisdom and knowledge. Therefore, the spirit of a man or woman relatively perfects itself, in order for their lives to unfold in a creational manner, and ultimately realize their oneness with creation, for it has been this way since the earliest beginning. Creation is constantly bringing forth new spirits, in order to relatively perfect itself, from within itself, by attaching to new physical bodies, and living on a planet. Truly, I say to you, the time will never come, when creation ceases to generate new spirits, in order to broaden its wisdom and knowledge. However, creation also requires rest, which is a characteristic of all things, and when creation slumbers, it does not generate anything. Just as there is day and night, and therefore, work and rest, creation also has its times of work and rest. However, creation's time periods are very different from that of the people on earth. A man or woman's physical life will always be finite, however, the life of their spirit lasts forever, and has no end. However, creation is subject to the laws of primordial consciousness and primordial creation, and was generated by the absolute absolutum, which has generated itself from within itself, through the concentration of its thought energy. Its wisdom and knowledge is immeasurable, and its cycles are based on the number 7, which is counted in great times. This is a law of nature, that the people on earth will solve, however, only when they approach relative perfection. Let it be known, that the laws of creation are not hidden from a wise man or woman, therefore, they are able to recognize and follow them. the periods of primordial creation, are based on the number 7, and therefore, computations based on this number, therefore, the people on earth will eventually gain the knowledge that creation has a time of work, and also a time of rest, which is based upon the number 7. Creation rests in a state of slumber, for 7 great times, during which, nothing exists. Only creation itself exists in slumber, and it brings forth no particles of matter, nor anything. However, it awakens from its slumber, after 7 cycles of 7 great times, and begins to create particles of matter, spirits of people, and everything once again. After having rested for 7 cycles, of 7 great times, it generates particles of matter and everything else, and does so, for 7 more cycles, of 7 great times, until it requires rest again, and reposes anew in deep slumber, for a further 7 great times. When it rests again in slumber, nothing will exist, except creation itself. There will be neither stars, nor planets. Only creation itself exists, during the 7 cycles of 7 great times, for it rests and slumbers, until it awakens again, bringing forth new particles of matter, and everything else. Just as creation is one within itself, so is all life, being and existing, as one within itself. It is by the laws of creation, which are the laws of nature, that all people, plants and animals, are one in themselves. Someone may think that everything is 2 or 3, however, this is not so, for it is actually 1. Anything people may think to be 2 or 3, is actually 1, therefore, the people on earth should recognize this fact. The spirit of a man or woman is a fragment of creation itself, therefore, it is one with creation, and may only be 2 in appearance. Likewise, the physical body of a man or woman is a counterpart of their spirit, and is one with it, consequently, it may only be 2 in appearance. The teachings of the Spirit, within every man and woman, and the laws of creation, says there is a unity, and therefore, not in any manner, a duality or trinity. If it ever appears, to the people on earth, that there is a duality or trinity, they have become victims of deception, for they do not think logically, but according to theological opinions. However, if the people on earth think according to the realization, regarding the existence of a man or woman's spirit, they will find logic. Only the thoughts of the people on earth may become illogical or confused, because the laws of creation are constant and unchanging, for all great times. And for this reason, it is says, that everything emanates from a unity, and a duality may seem apparent, only because of the limited thinking of the people on earth. Everything is a unity, and everything emanates from it, therefore, no duality or trinity may exist. The people on earth should make the 2 or 3 into 1, in order to think and act according to the laws of creation. Only in ignorance will the people on earth fabricate a duality or trinity. When the people on earth align everything into a unity, making everything into 1, and say to a mountain, "Move away," it will move away. When everything is one with creation, in its laws, in every creature, and all matter, it is in the proper state of balance, required for growth. When a wise man or woman says there is always 2 of everything, they mean they are one within themselves, and also one together. They are only 2 in appearance, for within themselves, and also together, they are always 1. Therefore, insanity is 1 in itself, because it is also sanity in itself. Likewise, sanity is 1 in itself, for it is just as much insanity in itself. Since even when apart, they are 1 and a unity, together they are also 1 and a unity, for this is the nature of reality. Therefore, the result is, that there are 2 parts in appearance, however, they are both 1 in themselves, and also 1 together. If people say there exists a trinity, their thinking has been misdirected, by some religious cult, illogical concept, or confused teaching. A unity always consists of 2 parts, which are 1 in themselves, and therefore, may only be a duality in appearance. Since every man and woman is a unity of 2 parts, the spirit within them is also a unity of 2 parts, however, both are 1 within themselves, and also 1 together. Someone's physical body cannot live without their spirit, for a man or woman's spirit and body are unity, despite their seeming duality. A man or woman's spirit lives according to the laws of creation, and therefore, consists of two parts, and is a unity in each part, within themselves, and also together. The two parts, that a man or woman's spirit consists of, is wisdom and knowledge. Without the knowledge, regarding the spirit within each man and woman, its infinite power cannot be utilized, in relative perfection, therefore, wisdom cannot emerge, without spiritual knowledge and comprehension. Two things are always required, that are one within themselves, and also together, therefore, there is a oneness within the unity, however, never a duality. Therefore, the laws of creation say, that a man or woman, is a unity within themselves, which consists of two equal parts, that form a unity, both within themselves, and also together. The two equal parts, of a man or woman, each of which consists of a unity, within themselves, are their physical body, and their spirit. Therefore, when the scribes teach, that there is a Trinity, they only show their vast confusion, in illogical reasoning, for this is not in accordance, with the natural laws of creation. Chapter 35. It soon came to pass, that Emmanuel, his mother Mary, and his brother Thomas, traveled to the cities, near the sea in the north, where, since ancient times, warrior women inhabited the area, however, their descendants had become peace-loving. Emmanuel tried to teach them, the laws of creation, however, he had to flee their cities, when they attempted to take his life. Their own teachings, far removed from reality, were a rigid religious cult, and they severely punished anyone, who taught differently. Emmanuel was treated as an outcast by these people, and persecuted, as an agitator against their cult, therefore, he left the city. It then came to pass, that during Emmanuel's travels, he met up with a large caravan, and began traveling with it, continuing inland, deep into the mountains. They traveled through the central part of the country, for many weeks, where they came to another sea, and entered the city of Ephesus. However, Emmanuel was very much afraid, and no longer taught the laws of creation, so he would not be recognized, for in Ephesus, there were many people, dealers and merchants, who often traveled there from Jerusalem, to conduct their business. Many of them had known Emmanuel, and had not been well disposed towards him, therefore, he avoided them, by covering his face. The dealers and merchants in Ephesus had spread the story of Emmanuel, and his supposed death, which had occurred 2.5 years earlier. However, after Emmanuel had been in the city, for merely a few days, he was recognized, by one of the merchants, who informed others of similar belief. They belonged to a secret group, called the Association of the Asins. They brought Emmanuel to a meeting, that was secret, for they feared the people, because their secret society, was considered unlawful. Among them, was a man named Juthan, the most senior, of the secret society in Ephesus, and he spoke, saying, "We know very well, what has happened in your life, however, we do not understand, how you are still among the living, therefore, do tell us your secret." However, Emmanuel feared being bound, and returned to Jerusalem, if he remained silent, therefore, he recounted everything to the Essenes. Emmanuel told them, about all that had transpired, how he fled from Jerusalem, and had only recently arrived in their region. Juthan, the eldest, said, "We belong to a secret group, called the Association of the Asines. Our quest and knowledge, are not attuned to the teachings of the scribes, but to the secrets of nature, and all that is inexplicable, to the people on earth. You are great in your comprehension, and by all measures, you have advanced in knowledge, far beyond us and the scribes, Pharisees, astrologers, even the elders, and philosophers. Therefore, come join our society, be one of us, and teach us your knowledge." However, Emmanuel answered, saying, "Even if I were to teach you my knowledge, it would not agree with your beliefs, for you follow incomplete teachings, of men on earth, where I adhere to spiritual wisdom and knowledge. Therefore, I think our different teachings, would be incompatible with each other. It is also not my inclination, to spread my wisdom and knowledge in secret, as you do, since your secret association of Essenes, is unauthorized. However, let me think over the pros and cons for 3 days, and whether I will tell you yes or no, for I must first consider everything, before I give you my last word on it." Juthan then said, "Be it as you say." Peace be with you. Go and give us an answer in 3 days, if you indeed want to join our society." However, Emmanuel departed from there, fleeing the city with his disciples, and began traveling east, far into the country. Emmanuel said, to those who were with him, "The association of the Asins live according to a confusing religious cult, however, they have gathered much from the spiritual teachings. Their old philosophy, however, is not the teachings of the Spirit, within each man and woman, wisdom, knowledge, love, logic and the laws of creation, and therefore, it is very confusing, and not of adequate and lasting value. However, they have recognized this, and are now weaving the spiritual teachings into their confusion, in order to create from this a new doctrine, and will claim I am one of them. They will say, I am affiliated with their society, and will claim they have been helping me since the time of my birth. They will also say, their teachings stem from the knowledge of their cult, and will also claim that they saved me from the cross. They will even go so far as to claim that I am the Son of God, just as so many other religious cults do. However, I tell you that I do not belong to the association of the Asins, and I have nothing in common with it or its followers, therefore, I have never received help from them. The association of the Asins will not be the only group to make use of my appellation, for many religious cults will come forth and consider themselves great, in order to dazzle many. Similarly, many confused people will establish different religious cults that glorify me, so as to be more credible, whereby the public may be further enslaved and exploited. Therefore, many religious cults will be established in my appellation, however, their purpose will only be to enslave the people, thereby bringing great power over their land and money. However, I tell you that no religious cult will be logical if it does not recognize creation alone as the highest power, and does not live according to its laws. Therefore, not a single religious cult will exist on the earth that teaches the logical wisdom and knowledge regarding the existence and infinite power of the Spirit within each man and woman, and the laws of creation. It will be more than 2 times 1,000 years before the time comes when the spiritual teachings will be taught anew, without adulterations. This will occur when vast amounts of confusing doctrines and insane religious cults, full of lies, fraud, deception by the conjurers of the dead, soothsayer, clairvoyants and charlatans, will be at their peak. Until then, many illogical and insane religious cults, as well as liars, deceivers, mediums, claiming to speak for other dimensional and extraterrestrial beings, will be so numerous that they will not be easily counted. Such religious cults will be built upon bloodshed, hatred, greed for power, lies, deception, misunderstandings, confusion and delusions. However, just as quickly as they appear, they will all be destroyed, for the truth will prevail, and there is not a single illogical concept that will not be recognized as a malicious and confusing lie. There is nothing hidden that will not become widely known. The people on earth will eventually recognize the truth, however, what is hidden from them will become obvious only if they begin to search for it, and when they gain comprehension, peace will become the main ruler of their lives. However, the truth lies deep within the laws of creation, and only there should the people on earth try to find it. Those who desire a logical explanation will not stop looking until they have found it, and when they do, they will be greatly astonished, and will live according to the laws of creation in peace. May the many people living on earth recognize that the spiritual dimension is within them, as well as outside of them, and therefore, is everywhere. Chapter 36. Soon after this, Emmanuel traveled eastward, with a caravan, while he continued to teach the laws of creation. He said, people should look upward, to the stars, for majestic peace and grandeur rule there. As though by immutable law and order, the infinite and everlasting changes take place there, over days, months, years and beyond for centuries, millennia, and even millions of years. However, we should also look upon the earth, for here as well as creational activity, endless becoming and passing away, life and existence, always growing towards newly developing forms. Greatness, excellence and beauty rule harmoniously, where nature is left to itself. However, Where the people on earth's order is at work, their pettiness, disgrace and ugliness are evidence of alarming disharmony. With inflated chests, they call themselves the ruler of the universe, and yet, they are not aware of creation, and therefore, often set people on a level with it. The people on earth have tamed fire, and ruled their planet. However, by this alone, they will not get far. Without a doubt, they will learn to master the air and water with great machines of metal. However, in the process, they will forget about the laws of creation, and the existence of their spirit within themselves. Therefore, they will also forget to seek truth, logic, wisdom, knowledge, love, respect and real freedom. Consequently, they will also forget to live peacefully with each other. Their only battle cry will be to initiate warfare, and to attain power through bloodshed and violence. However, when they obtain their power, they will only use it for enslavement, exploitation, brutality, crime, and degeneration. They will speak of honor, freedom and peace. However, in truth these will be only hypocrisy, coercion and violence. Therefore, the people on earth will completely forget real spiritual wisdom and knowledge, and will display illogical, confused and insane masks of deception. Many will degenerate into beasts, and spend their days on earth without any spiritual wisdom and knowledge. Their ambitions and desires will only be directed towards acquisition, power, lust, greed and addiction. With their intellect, the people on earth will arrange the things of their world to make them subservient, regardless of the fact that in doing so, they violate many laws of creation, and destroy nature in countless ways. They will no longer know the eternal truths, which are found within the laws of creation. Through self-deception, they will find more meaning in the sciences, instead of the values contained in the laws of creation. In their confusion, the people on earth will believe in this illogical, self-created, pathetic philosophy of life, which will be produced through the religious cult's confused teachings, by the arrangement of many insane and pointless laws, and the vagaries of principles that govern nations. The people on earth endeavor to control their lives by external means only, for they have forgotten how to be aware of their own essence from a spiritual point of view. Through deceitful means they will delude, cheat and exploit their friends, neighbors and even the entire world. Wherever wisdom and knowledge still exist, they will change it into ignorance and confusion, and will get further and further away from living a peaceful life. Therefore, they will also lose sight of the principles from the oldest knowledge, which says, the people are the measure of all things in life, for each individual is, after all, a fragment of creation itself. However, the time will come when the people on earth turn around, and become reacquainted with the eternal values of life. Initially, only very few will know that other lineages of people live not only on the earth, but also in the endless expanses of the universe, and that people live not only in the material world, but their spirits reach into another world, which cannot be sensed by the physical body. This other dimension, the ethereal world, is the real origin of their spirit. Therefore, the people on earth should live to constantly broaden and deepen their wisdom, knowledge, love, truth, logic, freedom, peace and harmony, in order to perfect themselves and realize their oneness with creation. Truly, I say to you, those who comprehend the reality of this message, and attain insight through their experiences, will awaken to the obligation of aligning their lives with the ultimate goal of eternal change towards relative perfection. When people seek honestly, they do not hold any preconceived opinions or prejudices. However, the knowledgeable are aware, and therefore, know about the laws of creation and the everlasting flow of life. They endeavor to adjust their lives to the grand scheme of events for progress, and they respect the laws of creation, namely, that each cycle of existence must be completed in its entirety. Anywhere life reveals itself, it is based upon the laws of creation, the invisible mystery that brings about the eternal change. However, those who disregard and fail to recognize the timeless and everlasting laws of creation, must take upon themselves the dire consequences. Lies and hatred will fill such blind and ignorant people, often quickly spreading outward, and will cause them to rush into the abyss of their own confusion. A blind, destructive insanity will overcome such people, and the heroes among them will be the most violent. Conflict will permeate their entire lives, and where there is discord, wisdom and knowledge cannot exist. As long as illogical concepts dwell in the people's minds, they will bear the consequences of sickness, misery, injustice, privation, war, strife, slavery, illogical religious cults, and vast exploitation, ultimately leading to large quantities of bloodshed and death. Therefore, let the people on earth be aware and awaken, for the laws of creation state. Only that which is timeless, is of real and everlasting value, and so it is.